2021 regular meeting of the Hawthorne City Council is now called to order. I am going to ask our City Clerk, Paul Jimenez, to do the invocation, and we will be led in the Pledge of Allegiance by City Councilman Alex Montero.
Oh, they put the flags up. Okay. Can I have everybody stand, please?
Well, the invocation is first.
But they put the flags over here, so I don't know.
You can go ahead and do the pledge if you'd like. Go ahead.
All right, let's all stand then.
Okay, thank you. Okay, go along with me, please. I pledge
Allegiance
to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you.
Please bow your heads. Dear Lord, thank you for giving us the energy and the health to be here tonight. And please bless us tonight to make good decisions and to have a positive meeting to do the best for our community. Thank you, Lord.
Amen.
Thank you. Madam Clerk, please proceed with the roll call.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Councilmember Monteiro.
Aye.
Councilmember Patterson.
I'm here.
Councilmembers Reyes English.
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Valentine.
Here.
And Mayor Vargas.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
I'd like to welcome everyone for joining us tonight as we conduct the business of the city. Madam City Clerk, let's get to the matters at hand. Item 3, please.
Thank you. Item number 3, the City Council will be provided with a presentation on Senate Bill 1383, the Cal Recycle Organic Waste Regulations.
Interim City Manager Norris, please proceed.
Good evening, Mayor Pro Temp, City Council. As our clerk said, tonight we'll have a presentation regarding Cal Recycle SB 1383. Tonight we'll have Cara Morgan, Branch Chief, and Mr. Nunez, I think, forgive me if I pronounced that wrong, Unit Supervisor. Are you ready to proceed with your presentation?
We are. If we can have the presentation be brought up, I appreciate it. Okay. There it is. Good evening, Mayor Pro Tem and council members. I'm Primitivo Nunez, and I'm from Cal Recycle's Local Assistance and Market Development Branch. As you mentioned, also Cara Morgan, my branch chief, is also joining us this evening. The presentation that we will provide is a high-level overview on the requirements for compliance with SB 1383. Next slide, please. So why is SB 1383 important? This slide shows that organic waste comprises half of California's waste stream, and food waste comprises 13% of the state's disposed waste. This is happening when 1 in 5 children go hungry every night in California. Next slide, please. SB 1383 passed in 2016 as part of California's larger strategy to combat climate change. The law was designed to reduce global warming superpollutants like methane, which is up to 84 times more potent than carbon dioxide. Landfills are one of the largest producers of methane in the state, and as we know, when organic material breaks down in the landfill, methane is generated. So we need to move away from landfilling organic waste like food, paper, and yard waste. Next slide, please. SB 1383 is a statewide target that requires California to reduce organic waste disposal by 75% and increase edible food recovery by 20% by the year 2025. Organic waste is defined broadly in the regulations and includes food waste, paper, cardboard, green waste, organic textiles and carpets, lumber, wood, biosolids, digestate, manure, and sludges. Cal Recycle has been collaborating with jurisdictions and other stakeholders over the past 3.5 years to complete the regulations that are final as of November 3rd, 2020. Next slide, please. So there are many benefits if we successfully implement California's super pollutant reduction strategy, including providing millions of meals to Californians without enough to eat, creating thousands of new green jobs, and environmental benefits such as fighting climate change, improved air quality, and less landfill waste. Next slide, please. Here are some key implementation dates throughout the rulemaking process. The most important dates to note on this slide are that the regulations became enforceable January 1st, 2022. This means that starting January 1st, 2022, jurisdictions must have their programs in place, and CalRecycle can begin enforcement actions on jurisdictions and other entities. In 2024, jurisdictions will be required to take enforcement action against non-compliant entities. Next slide, please. This slide provides a brief overview on the program requirements that jurisdictions will be required to adequately staff and resource. Jurisdictions will be required to provide organic waste collection services to all residents and businesses. This is what we refer to as automatically providing service or universal service. The resident or business is automatically provided the service rather than having to subscribe to it. The regulations standardize container colors across the state and require jurisdictions to place labels on each new container or lid provided to the generators starting January 1st, 2022. Jurisdictions must also conduct annual education and outreach to all generators, and this includes information on methods for the prevention of organic waste generation, recycling organic waste on site, and sending organic waste to community composting operations. This also includes information regarding programs for the donation of edible food. Jurisdictions must also procure certain levels of recovered organic waste products such as compost, renewable gas, electricity from biomass conversion. Each jurisdiction will have a minimum procurement target that is linked to its population. There are also requirements to purchase recycled content paper and paper products if price and performance is comparable. Each jurisdiction must also plan for adequate capacity for recycling organic waste and for edible food recovery. Each county will lead this effort by coordinating with cities located within each county. Also, jurisdictions must monitor compliance and conduct enforcement. Monitoring begins in 2022. Jurisdictions must do an annual compliance review of commercial businesses to make sure that they have the necessary service. There are contamination monitoring requirements of the contents of the containers, and to reduce reporting, jurisdictions are required to maintain records and to keep information in an implementation record. Each jurisdiction is also required to report to the department annually. Next slide, please. So SB 1383 extends beyond directing waste management and recycling operations and staff. This slide shows that every department within local government will be affected and have a role to play in 1383 implementation. Each department will need to understand SB 1383, how SB 1383 impacts their work, and jurisdictions should be thinking and planning for the staffing they will need, whether they will task their direct service providers to staff some of the activities, and whether they will contract with other entities such as environmental health inspectors or consultants. Next slide, please. Jurisdictions are responsible to implement the Edible Food Recovery Program in their community. This includes providing education and outreach, assessing capacity of existing edible food recovery and expanding existing infrastructure if necessary, conducting inspections of Tier 1 commercial edible food generators and food recovery organizations and services beginning 2022, and inspections of Tier 2 commercial edible food generators beginning January 1st, 2024. SB 1383 related inspections of food recovery organizations and food recovery services will be limited to verifying that the record-keeping requirements have been met. Next slide, please. By January 1st, 2022, jurisdictions are required to have an enforcement mechanism or ordinance in place. Between January 2022 and December 2023, jurisdictions need to identify businesses in violation of the regulatory requirements and provide educational material to those generators. Beginning in January 2024, jurisdictions must take progressive enforcement action against organic waste generators that are not in compliance. The progressive approach allows for notification to the generator and provides time for the generator to comply before penalties are required to be issued by the jurisdiction. An early, robust education program will minimize the amount of enforcement actions needed. Also, if the jurisdiction is automatically providing service to its residents and commercial businesses, this further minimizes the need for enforcement actions. Next slide, please. In the case of entities such as school districts, federal facilities, which are exempt from local waste oversight, CalRecycle will be directly responsible for ensuring compliance. However, jurisdictions are required to provide education and outreach to these entities. CalRecycle will be evaluating a jurisdiction's compliance, for example, by verifying that all organic waste generators have service, that jurisdictions are providing the education and outreach, and that jurisdictions are issuing notices of violation within the correct timelines. CalRecycle will be establishing a process for conducting jurisdiction audits. The timeline and process will be different than how it is done now, and much of a jurisdiction's existing programs will be integrated into this audit process, so you will not have separate reviews. SB 1383 is a statewide target and not a jurisdiction organic waste diversion target. Unlike AB 939, SB 1383 prohibits a jurisdiction-specific target. So due to this structure, the regulations require a more prescriptive approach and establishes state minimum standards. Jurisdictions will have to demonstrate compliance with each of the prescriptive standards rather than the determination of good faith effort. Next slide, please. CalRecycle is helping jurisdictions in a number of ways, including the recently released 4 model tools. These include a model franchise agreement, a model mandatory organics disposal reduction ordinance, a model organic waste procurement policy, and a model edible food recovery agreement. Also, the R3 jurisdiction service rate study, which provides guidance on setting organic rates, was made available to jurisdiction in early March. We also have case studies on jurisdictions that have set rates, funded infrastructure, and educated the public. We have many other tools that have recently been released and others that soon will be released. So we want to invite city staff to be on the lookout for these tools and also the upcoming training webinars that we will continue. Next slide, please. To conclude, I want to let you know that the City of Hawthorne is on its way to implementing a program that will meet the SB 1383 requirements, and we would like to acknowledge the city for working on the following efforts. The city already has an ordinance requiring participation in mandatory commercial recycling and mandatory commercial organics recycling programs. The city also now is working on revising its current ordinance to include the requirements of SB 1383. The city pre-pandemic was also providing backyard composting information to its residents and working with its waste hauler on compost giveaways. And finally, the city staff also have attended many of the CalRecycle webinars and trainings. So thank you for all of those efforts. This is the end of my presentation. Thank you so much for your time. I'd like to open it up for any questions you may have, and also invite Kara to join me for the questions and answers.
Thank you so much, Primitivo. I appreciate you presenting. Can I ask you one general question? So you're the police and regulating agency? You're the bad guys in all this, the bad cops, or what?
I'd like to say we are local assistant staff here to work closely, with city staff on now.
No, yeah. I've talked to some of our local waste haulers, and everybody's ready to do it. Of course, it's kind of like one of those things that like if you don't have something like Hawthorne has already is steps into the process. So if you don't, it is going to be a challenge to ramp up and catch up. So I'm glad that we have many of the steps, many of the boxes already checked off. Councilmember Alex Montero.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and welcome to the meeting. Question. So on January 2022, so this is going to go also for the residential, right? That's the whole understanding. So each residential we're going to have an additional collected barrel per se for the organic and food waste.
So yes, so thank you for your question. Yes, so the requirement is for the local jurisdictions to determine the program that you want. In some cases, some cities that have already a 3-barrel system where one of the containers currently collects the organic waste, some haulers have said that they are willing to take in the food waste from residents in that container as well. So it all depends on your current arrangement with your waste hauler.
Yeah, one of the things that is so difficult for us currently, a lot of people still doing wrong recycling, right? They don't understand what is recycling, what is not recycling. So I'm glad to hear that you guys have an aggressive campaign of education. But I think as the jurisdiction, as a city, we're going to need help on that, okay? Because we do have a lot of apartments, right? Because Hawthorne is almost 72% renters. So it's a lot of apartment buildings. So we're going to need a lot of help from you guys and then from of course, from our staff and also from our hauler that to educate these people about this program, because I know it's essential because food waste is a tremendous in our community. And I'm glad to hear that the school districts is going to do their own program, because you know how the federal government didn't allow us to give food away, right? All the excess food that the kid didn't eat, we would throw them on the trash because we couldn't give them away. So I'm hoping that is a program that is going to eliminate that so we can give the food to the needy and to the hungry people in this country. So thank you for your presentation.
Okay.
Councilmember, thank you so much for those comments. And 2 things I'd like to share with you. First, we will be developing the statewide education campaign focused on educating residents. And if the city of Hawthorne is at all interested in being a part of the pilot part of the process, we're going to test some of the education strategies. I think it would be terrific. So I see thumbs up. So I think Primo, let's put Hawthorne on our list.
Yes.
Also, as we develop the tools, we will be rolling that out to your city and other cities, probably the fall timeframe. So I think that's really important. And then with respect to the schools, yeah, having the schools as a part of the regulatory requirements to recover edible food is going to deal with exactly the issue you raised. There's a tremendous amount of edible food that could be recovered for students who are hungry at that school, for even for employees and for the community. So I think it's going to take us all a little bit of time to get used to recovering food that's donatable, but we're going to get there. And I think that the impact that it's going to have and the benefits in our community are going to be tremendous. And then one other thing I wanted to share with the council today is I hope that you've been following the Senate budget proposals as a part of the budget process. And I encourage you to reach out to your senator. Right now, the Senate is proposing about $200 million to be distributed to cities and counties to help with some of your costs with implementation. So I encourage you to reach out to your senator and your legislative representatives to encourage them for support in getting funding to cities and counties. There's also funding in the governor's budget to help with increasing funding for infrastructure, including for edible food recovery. So just wanted to share that with the council in case you weren't aware and ask for your support and let's get this done.
All right, thank you.
Real quick question before Mayor Pro Tem Primitivo or Cara. So when we're talking about putting the food waste into the recycle bin, I believe it is, Is it going to be the recyclable? No,
To the green
to the
waste
green,
bin.
the green container. Would it be bagged or would it just be dumped?
So that's a great question, Mayor.
Well,
And
that's, I mean, you know.
it's going to depend on your hauler and the facility that your hauler takes the materials to. So I'm not sure Primo and I have that answer tonight, but that will be something to work through. If the facility that receives the organic material can handle bags, then that certainly will be allowed. If not, potentially compostable bags will be allowed. So that'll probably be a detail that we need to work out with your staff as the program is developed.
Okay, thank you. Mayor Pro Tem Valentine?
I think she just answered my question because I was interested in finding out exactly what happens to the edible food waste and how does that actually work with residents in the various apartment units. Is everyone going to be expected to collect edible food, and where is that going? I guess that was my question.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. So not edible food. So the regulation is focused on that from residents. It's really focused on that food that's going to be thrown away. You know, I hope that we can also encourage residents to reduce food waste, but really it's the focus on recycling food that's not donatable. The edible food, we're focusing on large, what we call commercial entities, like schools, supermarkets, some restaurants, some hospitals. So some of those larger commercial businesses that have the ability to readily recover the edible food. Did that help answer your question?
Yes, thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you, CalRecycle, for being here. And thank you for the presentation. I know that this is something that kind of like was on my mind, and how are we gonna do this? And what's this structure, the logistics? So thank you very much, Primitivo Nunez, and thank you, Kara Morgan, for being here, presenting to us.
Thank you.
You're the good guys, right? You're the good guys. Okay, thank you so much. All right, we're gonna move on to item number 4. I'm going to ask Madam City Clerk to
Mr. Mayor, we ask that we delay the presentation on item number 4 until the related resolution is taken up, so that it would,
okay,
after oral communication, so that it would be better organized.
Is that okay? Is that what you prefer? Okay, good.
Yes, that would be item number 14, resolution 8284. I recommend that when we reach resolution, we pull 8284 so the presentation can be made separately, and then the council can take up that resolution 8284.
Good suggestion.
Okay. Thank you very much. Madam Clerk, please read the guidelines for oral communications.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So during oral communication, the public comment speakers shall have 3 minutes to state their business. The Brown Act prohibits the City Council to, the Brown Act prohibits the City Council from providing a detailed response or acting upon any item not contained on the agenda. The governing bodies as a body shall have the discretion at the close of oral communication to refer your remarks to the city manager or study, investigation, report, and or recommendation. And pursuant to Government Code Section 54954.3, all remarks shall be addressed to the city council as a body and not to any individual council member.
Madam Clerk, were any communications submitted to the city council through either email or phone?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, we actually had several items, and so we had several emails, and most of the emails were pertaining to item number 21 on tonight's agenda. Several of the emails that were submitted, I will read the names of the individuals who submitted the emails. One is Danielle Wilson, submitted a letter to the city council, as well as Megan Mitchell. And they also indicated and sent in photos. Additionally, we did receive comments from Ms. Laurelia Walker, from let's see, I'm sorry, there are several here that we did have today. There was a petition that was submitted in support of the modification for item number 21, and there were just several individuals. The email itself seems to have come in from one of those individuals who signed that petition. We also had another comment that came in from the Hawthorne North area, indicating their comments that they would like to have expressed. And they also had one comment that came in pertaining to a red light concern. And then lastly, we did have several folks who requested to speak on this item. And so if you give me just 30 seconds, I will connect the first speaker tonight.
Okay, go ahead.
Mr. Mayor, I do have Jerry, and I might sabotage the last name, and I do apologize in advance. Last name is James Gatchian, and he has 3 minutes, and so go ahead and express your comments, sir.
Go ahead, sir.
Good evening, Mayor and council members. Three things tonight. The first thing is relating to Greg Taguchi, the current planning director in the city. As all of you are aware, Mr. Taguchi is not a certified planner. He lacks professionalism to be a certified planner. And more importantly, his job description required him to be a certified planner. I'd like to ask the council why the city is allowing Mr. Taguchi to remain as the planning director when he isn't certified. He doesn't qualify into the city's hiring directive. I think Mr. Norris needs to address this, and I think the council needs to be aware that certified planners are very important for this city. And if you want to get progress on the Hawthorne Mall and other projects, you need somebody with some experience. Number two, I wanted to tell you that I sent an email to all of you that you received with regards to Planet Fitness. And once again, some serious issues with regards to Planet Fitness. Number one, they still don't have adequate parking. Number two, they never went in front of the Planning Commission when they changed the site plan. More importantly, the city staff, specifically Melissa Crosswhite and Maria Beherick, reduced the building from 23,600 square feet by 7,000 square feet, calling it building exclusions. There's nobody in this city that's built anything that's received exclusions to that degree. The exclusions were provided to help Planet Fitness operate in their facility without adequate parking. And as all of you are aware, there are at least 15 parking spaces short. There's no reason to close them. The important thing is to have them comply by reducing their square footage to what they could actually park. Because as you're aware, there's a lot of people, there's going to be a lack of parking, and that 20-foot alley is going to be a health and safety issue. And Mr. Norris certainly needs to be aware that if there's an accident in that city alley, the city's got to be responsible because they're already on notice that it's a dangerous condition, both from Planet Fitness as well as from me. So the other thing that's shocking is that this project, the new Planet Fitness project, does not even have a loading zone. The city code requires a loading zone. I provided that to you, yet they don't have a loading zone.
You have 5 seconds.
If we're going to follow the laws in this city, we certainly need to review the Planet Fitness project.
Thank you very much.
Finally,
please wrap up.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next,
next person, please.
Yes. Next, we have Miss Amy Tameko Powell. And Miss Tameko, you have 3 minutes.
Yes, good evening. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. I'm calling to report a situation that occurred this morning between my daughter, Paris Wimberly, and an Officer Judd with the Hawthorne Police Department. He was out in the alley adjacent to our building on 4171 West El Segundo Boulevard. He was already investigating another incident when he started an incident with my daughter for no reason. He started bullying my daughter and creating a whole bunch of havoc. Okay, I have him recorded on tape, basically saying that he wants to kill people. This man is a white supremacist. He should not be allowed to have a gun and a badge. With what is going on in today's society, that makes me very nervous to hear the comment that he has. I intend to share that video footage with CNN. I've already contacted them. I want something done about this matter. I tried contacting the Hawthorne Police Department. I asked for a sergeant to come when the situation occurred. No one responded. Later, I followed up with a phone call, and then I got a response from a Lieutenant Mitchell who indicated that he was going to try to reach out to Officer Judd Sargent. This man needs to be pulled inside and investigated, because if other people had did more investigating into the Derek Chauvin and all the misconduct that he had, he probably wouldn't still be on the police force to have had his knee on that man's neck. And that man will probably be alive today. We need more citizens like myself to stand up and challenge officers like this. I'm a resident of Los Angeles, and I'm a resident of Hawthorne. Okay, this officer has my daughter's plates. Now I feel like my daughter's going to be targeted. She was just on her way to work. This man is...
Thank you, ma'am. You have 5 seconds to wrap it up. Thank you.
Okay, well, I just appreciate the time, and I hope you guys take this matter seriously. Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, ma'am. Ms. Avalos, the next speaker.
Hi, we next have Ms. Megan Mitchell. Ms. Mitchell, you will be on. You have 3 seconds to express your comments to the City Council. Go ahead.
Good evening, Mayor, Pro Tem, and Council. My name is Megan Mitchell. I am a resident of Hawthorne, board member of the North Hawthorne Community Association, and I live 50 feet from the hospitality zone being discussed tonight in agenda item number 21. I came to you 4 weeks ago on May 11th to express concern about the lack of city guidance for developers in the hotel zone off of Imperial. I spoke about specific developer who's had 5 projects approved by the commission since 2017, but hadn't broken ground on a single one. I spoke about how in January 2021, there was a public notice regarding vacating a portion of Acacia. I then speculated that this developer was using a delay tactic, since our code has no consequences for them not taking action on approved projects. I saw them buying up our city plot by plot to come forward at a later date with a mega hotel, but they would need city resources such as Acacia Avenue to complete. And here we are just a month later, and that's exactly what has happened. You can see on the map I provided the amount of promised tax revenue that has failed to come to fruition. If you look at the visual tour of the area that I also provided, it's obvious how these hotels go up with little regard for their effect on the people who live in their neighborhood, call those streets home, and are their neighbors. When these changes were requested by the developer, the Planning Commission made a logical and sound decision. They listened to the residents, looked at the history of the previous choices, considered all the information, including the revisions, which includes 20% more rooms, the addition of 6th floor, and a 10-foot vacation of Acacia, and they unanimously voted to classify this modification project. My neighbors and I support economic growth and prosperity for our city. However, it needs to be done with forethought. If y'all vote to overturn or amend the decision of the commission, you will be setting an irreversible precedent. You will also all be responsible for showing developers that their empty promises for financial prosperity are more valuable to you than the well-being of your tax-paying constituents. I do not want to see another part of Hawthorne overdeveloped in a gold rush attempt to build the city's pockets, only for us to be spending millions of dollars 30 years from now trying to undo the mess. This has the potential to be a Hawthorne Mall situation if the city doesn't stay vigilant. I support
you have 15 seconds
that grows and thrives, and I plan to live here for the next 50 years and watch every project that comes through. So I would like to see you all look out for the residents like I do and uphold the ruling of the Planning Commission and keep this as a modified new project. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Next speaker is Ms. Williams. Go ahead. You have 3 minutes.
Hello. Good evening, council members in the city of Hawthorne. Lizelle Williams here. Voices from the community was just listening to the past meeting about marketing our city. And what caught their attention is when someone said, let's do it in-house. And that is so true. Let's do it in-house because one thing, our city officials have the tools right at their hand with their wonderful letterhead with our city logo on it and our marketing pamphlet that can be marketed to different franchises. Even started with the property down here on El Segundo and the 405 freeway, making that a car rental place, Enterprise, Budget, or what have you, or Lyft or Uber. Our city council people could do that. And please, we urge you not to spend one dime on going out eating a marketing firm when we have our wonderful council people that has everything right at their fingertips to market our city. And transit commuters was interested in saying if our city manager could bring some of the amenities that Inglewood have and City of Los Angeles have at the bus stops. Our major bus stops, which is the 40 and the 120 and the 210. There's a box up there that's letting the commuters know what time that the
15 seconds.
Coming. The bus is coming in 10 minutes or if the bus is coming in 20 minutes. Light those boxes up because those are beautiful bus stops. And lastly, we would like to just commend our Senator Steve Bradford for recognizing sponsoring the bill and getting it on the governor's Newsom desk for the Bruce property at Manhattan Beach. Mr. Senator Steve Bradford, you were on our ballot. We supported you, and if you want to go higher to our national capital, sir, we still will promote that and vote for you. And it's a wonderful thing for you to recognize the Bruce property and let them.
Thank you very much. Thank you for your comments. Thank you for your comments.
For my time.
Thank you. Okay, next we have Franco. You have 3 minutes, sir.
Good evening, Council and Mayor. I have one concern. I was on the website for the endorsements for the last elections, and what came to my eyes, what I read is, they give you the different people that endorsed people's campaign. And I see that, our old city attorney, Mr. Russell, and Mr. Robert King endorsed money to the mayor's campaign. I don't know if this is legal or not legal, but obviously this is a conflict of interest. They will give money to the mayor and he rewards them with a very high experienced and increased salary. And not to mention the new deputy clerk is an old friend of the mayor listed on his website of endorsements. As me being a long resident of the Holy Glen, it's time that Hawthorne stop giving jobs to the mayor and please give it to the most qualified candidates. This is ridiculous. I don't understand why Hawthorne always has an empty pocket and they want to put our money into the city council's pocket. Dear city council, I please want you to investigate this matter. And
Sir, thank you so very much for your comment.
I'm going to call the district authority. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next speaker, please.
Thank you. Next, we have Miss Andrea Santana. She's got 3 minutes.
Hi, thank you. I'm going to be reading a letter. My name is Andrea Santana, and I'm representing North Hawthorne Community Association. Dear Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, and Council, on May 19th, the Planning Commission meeting, there was a request to combine 2 separate hotels into a single larger hotel and have it be interpreted as a minor modification, and it was denied. The Planning Commission unanimously voted to classify this request as a modification new project. They came to this decision after listening to several concerned citizens and reviewing the materials submitted by the developer. The Commission's decision does not prevent the proposed hotel from being constructed. It does protect the public by ensuring that modification new project follows procedure, holds a public hearing and an opportunity for city feedback, guidance, and conditions. Otherwise, it sets a precedent that major changes to already approved projects can be easily pushed through without the public's knowledge. The proposed changes include 20% increase in hotel rooms, the addition of a 6th story, and the need for 10 feet of Acacia Avenue to build their new design. This should not classify as a minor modification as the hotel developer requested. On January of this year, a public notice was issued by the planning department, and then the meeting was canceled, and then the item was never put back on the agenda. It seems a decision to vacate Acacia was made administratively by the engineering and planning departments without public hearing. This hotel developer has had 5 projects approved by the commission on Acacia in the last 4 years. To this day, construction has not begun on any of them. There is no reason for the city to place the needs of the developer over that of the residents of Hawthorne and our neighbors to this hospitality zoning. Overruling the planning commission's vote would do just that. We ask that you uphold the decision to classify these changes as a modification, a new project, and deny the appeal. Please affirm the Planning Commission's determination. Thank you very much on behalf of North Hawthorne.
Thank you very much. Next speaker.
Thank you. We have our next speaker. I'm sorry, our next speaker just hung up, so give me one quick second here.
If you can move on to the next speaker, just so we can keep this going, and then contact that speaker at the next turn, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. We have Mr. Jim Lister. He's our next speaker. You have 3 minutes, sir.
Hi, good evening, City Council. I want to talk about the red light camera at Rosecrans and Henry. I saw an interesting discussion, on May 6th, a group of safety groups like the AAA, the Highway Institute of Highway Safety, the National Safety Council, published a checklist of things that should be on a automated enforcement system. One of those was that the length of the yellows should correspond with the recommendation made by the Institute of Transportation Engineers. The recommendation was, it's from a year ago, that the yellows be longer. They published a new formula which would make the yellows longer. And that would affect the number of tickets that would be written at Rosecrans and Henry, because the yellow there is very short. I saw that information on a website called Nextdoor, and there was a long discussion on there. It was 250 comments or more, and it's actually still going. It started 3 weeks ago. The other thing that I saw on Nextdoor that I noticed in that discussion was the people participating had really wised up about the ignorability of the tickets, of red light camera tickets. In previous Nextdoor conversations, there was a real contention about whether the tickets could be ignored. But in this current discussion, it's pretty clear that everybody knows that the tickets can be ignored. So between the two things, the longer yellow that's going to have to be at that intersection, which will cut the number of tickets dramatically, and the people who know the more people who know now for sure that the tickets can be ignored, you should expect your income to go down from red light camera tickets. And that makes me wonder, well, when it does go down, will you instruct your camera company to cut the tolerance on rolling right turns? Will you approve that, or will you tell the camera company, no, we don't want to be known as the rolling right turn ticket capital of the world?
Thank you, sir, for your comments.
Okay,
thank you, Mr. Mayor. Next, we have Ms. Soto.
Yeah.
Ms. Soto, go ahead. You have 3 minutes.
Yes. Okay.
I don't think the new hotel project proposal is a minor modification. So I please, if you guys uphold the planning commission's decision. That's the main thing. Okay?
Okay, thank you, ma'am. Next speaker, please.
Thank you. One moment, Mr. Mayor. Thank you. Ms. Fernandez is on the line. Ms. Fernandez, you have 3 minutes.
Yes, good afternoon, Mayor and Council members. My name is Lely Fernandez, Board of the North Hawthorne City Community Association. There is no reason for the city to place the needs of a developer over that of the residents of Hawthorne. Overruling the Planning Commission's vote would do just that. Please uphold the decision to classify these changes as a new project and deny the appeal. We also have maps and information on our North Hawthorne Facebook on how this developer wants a major project to be called a minor modification. Ridiculous. There's another developer that will piggyback on this if this is not stopped now. In a somewhat similar example, we have already lost our right-hand southbound lanes of Inglewood Avenue from Imperial Highway to 115th Street for the purposes of helping a business alleviate their excess traffic load, and 3 to 5 parking spaces between their driveways and Inglewood Avenue. Don't get me wrong, we love the business here and the car washes, but why do we sacrifice the parking of the residents, homeowners, and any visitors of Hawthorne for the benefit of the business developers over the residents? What's going on here, Hawthorne? Wake up. North Hawthorne for a better Hawthorne. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Next speaker.
That is the last speaker that requested to speak on oral comments. Thank you.
Is there anybody else who wishes to speak? So if not, oral communication is closed, so ordered. Madam Clerk, may we have the city clerk's consent calendar, please?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Tonight we have items 7, 8, 11, 12, 13, and 14. A total of 6 items are on consent calendar for your consideration and approval. Item number 7.
Sound has dropped out. Can we get back online?
I'm sorry. Item number 7 is appeal of a waiver of full reading of resolutions and ordinances on tonight's agenda. Item 8 is city treasurer's request approval of the warrants for today's meeting. Item 11 is a resolution number 8279, a resolution of the City Council of the City of Hawthorne, California, approving the update City of Hawthorne's pay schedule. Item 11 is resolution 8282, a resolution of the City Council of the City of Hawthorne accepting Federal Aviation Administration Grant AIP 306-010-021-2021 in an amount not to exceed $1,576,364 under the fiscal year 2021 Airport Improvement Program. Airport Improvement Program and rehabilitation and reconstruction of taxiways, and remarking and authorizing and ratifying the Director of Public Works execution of grant documents. Item 13 is a resolution number 8283, a resolution of the City Council of the City of Hawthorne, California, adopting an appropriation spending limit for fiscal year 2021-22 in compliance with Article 8B of the state constitution. Item 14 is a resolution number 8284, a resolution of the City of Council of Hawthorne, California, approving and adopting the annual budget for fiscal year 2021-22. Mr. Mayor, there are 6 items that have been presented for adoption. That concludes the city clerk's consent calendar.
Thank you. I'm going to pull item 14 for the request of the city attorney so we can add a presentation to that. I make a motion on all of the items.
Second.
Roll call vote, please. Roll call vote, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Councilmember Monteiro?
Aye.
Councilmember Patterson?
Yes.
Council Member Reyes English,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Valentine,
Yes.
and Mayor Vargas.
Yes.
Thank you. The vote reflects that all council members voted yes, therefore this item passed unanimously.
So there will be a presentation from the previous presentation schedule on item 4. And could you please read that presentation into the record, item 4, Ms. City Clerk?
Yes, Mr. Mayor. So item number 4, the City Council will receive a presentation by the Director of Finance Lopez on the annual budget for fiscal year 2021-22.
I'm going to ask City Manager Von Norris to please introduce Felice and anything he would like to add.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Good evening again. Tonight, Felice Lopez, Director of Finance, will present the City of Hawthorne proposed fiscal year budget for 2021 through to 2022. Staff has taken a conservative approach due to COVID-19. Ms. Lopez will be able to answer questions through the presentation. And at this point, I would like to turn over to Felice. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Lopez. Please proceed.
All right. Good evening, Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, and Council. Thank you, Mr. City Manager. And I will be obviously presenting the budget for 21-22 for adoption. We did review the budget on May 18th during our workshop, and we have made a couple of adjustments just based on some comments. I'd like to share my screen and begin the presentation. Oops. Host is, Eric, can you give me access to share? Oh, here we go. Okay.
There we go. Thank you.
Here we go. All right, so first of all, I'd like to start off with our required cash balance, the general fund cash balance for fiscal year 2021. It is a recommendation from the GFOA that there is a balance, a cash balance for the general fund of an average of 3 months of operating expenditures. So for this current fiscal year, that required balance was 19.1 million. Okay, and then at fiscal year end, June 30th, 2020, our cash balance was at 36.6 million. At the mid-year for the current year, 2020-21, which ended December 31st, that cash balance was at 38.2 million. So well above our required cash balance.
Ms. Lopez, can I ask you a question?
Yes.
Can you go back to the previous slide?
Yes.
So that means that up there, that first column, the first section is that we need about 19 million to operate. And so this just gives us an example that we have a 38 million available to us. So we would be safe in operating for about 6 months, half a year. So that's not really a lot of money, is it?
No, but we are above the required balance, which again is a recommendation from the Government Finance Officers Association.
Thank you very much.
Okay. And the next few pages are just the balances in all of our bank accounts for you to review. The first one is our general account, which is $12 million. This next is from our California local investment fund, and that is 13.1, almost $13.2 million. The multi-bank security statement shows a balance of just over $7 million. Our Bank of the West money market account shows $49,764,000. And our Bank of the West sweep account shows about 2.5 million. So the total for all of our bank balances is 84.5 million. Of that, restricted funds of that cash balance are restricted are $36,578,000. And the balance of that is the general fund cash balance, which is $47,969,858. Oops, Our estimated revenue that is due still through June 30th of 2021 is 26.4 million. Estimated remaining balances for expenditures are just under 30 million. So our anticipated general fund cash balance at June 30th, 2021 is about 44.4 million. And again, these are estimates. The revenue could come in just slightly lower or a little bit higher, as well as expenditures. Some departments do a really good job of coming under their estimated expenditures, so there could be a savings there as well. Are there any questions on this page?
Thank you. Please proceed.
Okay, and so from this point forward, I'm going to be going over all of the individual department budgets. Okay, so for City Council, we have a budget of $145,802, which is about a $15,000 increase from the prior year, and that is due primarily from benefit costs. For non-departmental, we see that there was the budget is $12,828,000. Which is an increase of about $204,000 from the previous, or a decrease of $204,000 from the previous year. And those decreases are primarily in operating expenses. There was a remodeling of a parking lot here where the dry cleaners used to be. And so there was a savings in those expenditures. For Measure H8.
A quick point of information for the benefit of the residents.
Yes.
I just want to highlight that if you do not see necessarily any questions from City Council, the City Council had a work study session with staff that was a public meeting, and we went through a lot of questions and review and reallocations of monies for these departments. So just so the residents know, if you don't see a lot of questions, we asked a lot of those sessions in that 4-hour meeting. So just wanted to highlight that so you guys would know. Okay, go ahead, please.
Yes, okay. So for Measure HH, we have a budget of $12.4 million. That's an increase of about $1.1 million. There was an increase in the fire contract of $700,000, and then an increase in our 911 operation costs, as well as just slight increases in our gang unit and school resource operations programs. So the full increase is of $1,169,000. For City Clerk, as we mentioned before, there was a decrease of $286,000, and this is all due to election costs. One year we have election costs at about $300,000 to $400,000, and the following year there is no election, so we see that savings in this department. In the City Manager's department, we see a decrease of $224,000, and this is primarily due to contract services operating expense. There was also an increase in personnel costs due to the addition of an economic development manager.
Elise, I have a question.
Yes.
When you went back earlier and it talked about police school resource officer.
Yes.
Wouldn't there be a savings considering we haven't been open in over a year?
Right, but this is for the new fiscal year. When they reopen in this coming year, that will be an increase.
One officer is 300,000?
It's 2 officers now.
375,000?
Well, it's not just the officer salaries, it's any expenditures, any operating expenditures for the program.
And Felice, would that include medical and benefits?
It includes, yes, it's all benefits included.
Okay.
Okay. Any?
Great question. Thank you.
Yes. Okay. Anything else? Does that answer your question? Is that?
Okay. It does. Okay. I'll address it later.
Okay.
Okay.
In our city treasurer's budget, we see that there was a decrease of $10,000, and it's mainly due to health insurance benefits.
Okay.
For city attorney's office, we see that there was an increase of about $82,000. This is primarily benefit costs. For the insurance reserve, we also see an increase of about almost $500,000. This is due to workers' comp and liability insurance premium increases. So the overall cost for city attorneys, personnel, and insurance reserve is $580,000. In the finance department, we see there's a budget of $954,000. There was a decrease of $205,000. This is primarily due to contract services, due to implementing our new financial system in this current fiscal year, which will not need to be budgeted in 21-22. We also see an increase in a staff member, and that was due to a transfer of an employee into the finance department from another department.
Okay, Felice, real quick.
Yes.
Since you mentioned that.
Yes.
Any promotions, is that included in your budget?
If there was promotions, it would have been included, yes. And we don't show any promotions in this current budget.
Okay, thank you.
For business license, we see a budget of $873,000. There was an increase in personnel costs due again to a transfer of a senior staff member and for additional part-time hours that were added to help out staff during the busy season from January through March, which is our renewal period. In human resources, we have a budget of $877,000. This is an increase in personnel costs of $48,000 and an increase in operating expenditures of about $101,000. And that would include $70,000 for customer service implementation and about $45,000 in COVID-related upgrades. And we do show that we are increasing personnel by one full-time employee. For our police department, we show an increase in the budget, in our general fund budget of 1.3 million from 36,900,000 to 38,245,000. And just as I mentioned during our workshop, there was a reduction in the police budget. There were two reductions, two budget amendments that reduced their budget by $750,000. So this increase that we see in personnel costs is primarily due to bringing them back to a normal level in salaries and benefits. We also see that they have other programs, Proposition A, which was reduced by about $200,000. It's budgeted at $800,000. Asset forfeiture is about $1 million. We have local law enforcement grants for $48,000. The COPS allocation grant of $200,000. OTS grant of $418,000, which brings their total budget from general fund and all other grants to $40,742,000. So their total increase with grants is about $1,049,000. And there was a request by Councilmember Montero to split and show our full-time sworn personnel from our miscellaneous staff. So we did that as well. There is a budget for 95 sworn officers. We have full-time miscellaneous staff of 56 and part-time miscellaneous staff of 22. So their total personnel is 173.
Thank you for that. Appreciate it.
You're welcome. All right, and then we have our Public Works Department. Their general fund budget is at $2.3 million, which is a decrease of about $288,000. And as you can see, they have quite a few grants and street programs. They have the airport, the sewer, the equipment fund. Their total decrease due to some decreases in grants as well. Their budget decreased by a total of 5.8 million from 33 million last fiscal year to 27.2 million in this current in the proposed budget 21-22. They are adding an additional 5 positions. Only 2 positions are affecting the general fund. All other positions are being requested to help in the maintenance and operations of all of the grants that they manage.
Okay.
Any questions here?
So in what way were those 2 positions affecting the budget?
Only a percentage of their salary will be paid from the general fund. About, I believe that was about $60,000. All other costs will be paid by the grants that they will be maintaining.
Oh, okay, understood. Thank you so much. Good explanation. Thank you.
Okay. For our planning department, we see an increase from 1.6 million to 2,049,000. It's an increase of about $406,000. This is about $54,000 in personnel costs due to benefit increases and $351,000 due to the implementation of the cannabis program and the update of the general plan. For building and safety, again, we see an increase from 1.1 million to 1.5 million. It's about a $408,000 increase in personnel costs. And they've added 3 positions, 2 full-time and 1 part-time, in the hopes that there will be a reduction in the wait time for plans to get through and approval. For community services, we see an increase of 285,000 from 4.2 million in 2021 to 4.5 million in 21-22. They also have the Holly Park Improvement Grant of 748,000, which is a total increase in their budget of about $316,000. Part of the increase in operating expenditures is due to contract services for homeless services and the park improvement. And we do show an increase in part-time personnel for the website coordinator. For cable television, we see an increase of about $18,900. This is 17,000 in personnel costs, again, due to benefit increases, and operating expenditures went up about 3,000, but we had a reduction in our PEG fund of about 1,700. So a total increase of $18,900. For community development, which includes CDBG and home funds, we see an increase in CDBG of $1.1 million. And in home funds, we see an increase of about $2.4 million, which brings their total budget for CDBG and home funding to almost $8.2 million. There was a decrease in personnel costs of about $77,000. There was an increase in personnel costs for the CARES Act of $180,000 and an increase in operating expenditures of $3.5 million.
Through the chair.
Yes.
Yes, go ahead, sir.
Okay. So please just please, for the public benefit, that basically all that money comes from the federal government, right?
Correct. From the HUD program.
Yeah, it's not from our general fund.
Correct. It's all from the HUD funding.
All right, thank you.
Can I add to that?
Yes.
Go ahead.
So thank you, Mayor. You mentioned CDBG and home funds. You said it's gone up, right?
Yes.
Is it gone up because of administrative budget, or is it's not?
No, there's additional funding in program related expenditures.
And it's being paid by the grant?
Yes.
Okay.
So there's additional funding to help the community.
Got it. Okay.
For the chair.
Yes.
Yes, now, Felice, can we expect that money to go down in future years because some of it is COVID related?
Yes, anything that's COVID related would have an end date to it. So for next year, we probably won't see that additional 319,000 for the following 22-23 fiscal year.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Please proceed.
I'm sorry, Mayor. So Felice, in the years past, go back to in the years past, we used to have code enforcement officers and those that were being funded paid through CDBG. Are we still doing that?
We are not. There were issues with the way that HUD required the reporting to be done. Right. Quite extensive and detailed reporting that was costing more to process and submit that reporting than the amount of money that they were willing to give us for the two programs.
Okay, but those individuals are now part of the city's general fund, correct?
Correct, and now they are fully staffed by the general fund, yes.
Okay, and the CDBG money should be going to the community like it's should have been previously.
Correct,
And there's
you can see there's very little in personnel costs, yes.
Additional funding has also been given to us, but we paid back all that money due to HUD, right? During the 2.5 million that was stolen. And that all paid back, right? From CDBG money? Because if you remember correctly, they reduced our CDBG money funding because of that.
Councilmember English, I'm not saying, I think that was kind of a general effort all around. I think all cities suffered, but maybe we did get an extra added penalty because of that and what happened here back then in those administrations. So is that true, Felice, what I'm saying or not?
Over the years, we've had additional funding. The funding wasn't cut. There were just additional restrictions put on the funds that were received by the city.
Was that as a penalty though?
Yeah, we were also obligated to pay back money. So I just want to make sure all that was paid back. And we don't have any more payments to HUD or anybody to the government. That's what I'm saying.
There are not any pending payments at this point.
Okay, that's all I needed. Thank you.
And our current housing manager has done a great job in clearing all of those findings.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Excellent. Let's proceed.
All right, so for our Section 8 program, we have an increase of about 854,000. Their budget is 12.5 million. You also see that there are property budgets here, which total, which have also decreased about $304,000. The total budget has increased $550,000 for this year, and there was an addition of a staff member, but two other positions were removed, so we actually see a decrease in their budgeted personnel.
And through the chair.
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
So, Felice, so the increase on that $550,000 is due to the maintenance of those buildings?
No, it's mostly in the Section 8 program.
Section 8, okay.
Right.
Thank you.
All right, and this is basically just a summary of what we just went over. So overall, in the general fund, we have an increase from $76.5 million in 2021 to $79,368,000 in 21-22, an overall increase of 2.8 million. We have a decrease of about 8.4 million in grants and restricted funds. So there was an overall decrease in the entire city budget of about $5.6 million. The total being proposed is $152,638,559. And if you have, we went over each individual department, but if you have a question here, I can go ahead and answer. No? Okay. All right, so we have our graphs here, and so I'll go over briefly. Our fire services are 16.6% of the $79 million. The police department budget is 45% of our $79 million. And we did also make a change here to break out the IT services. And it shows that they are 3% of our budget at 2.4 million. Public Works, Building and Safety, Community Services and Planning make up 12.1% of our budget, which is 9.6 million. The Legislative and Administrative Services are 7.9% of our budget, and that includes Mayor and Council, City Treasurer, City Clerk, Finance, Licensing, Human Resources, and City Attorney. And our non-departmental is 15.2% of our budget at $12 million. And by category, personnel costs are 52.8% of our budget, and retiree health and employee relations is 4.7% of our budget. Contract services is 16 million at 20% of our budget. Maintenance and operations is 9.9 million for 12.5% of our budget. Interdepartmental charges are 4.5 million at 5.7%. Operating transfers are at 2.9 million for 3.7%. And capital outlay is at 0.4%. And we will move on to our revenues. We do continue to see an increase in our tax revenue from 49 million to 57 million, which is about, it's close to $8 million in increase. And we do continue to see that consumer spending is increasing. Online spending has continued through the pandemic. And so that has helped us to continue to see that increase in our sales taxes and property tax and just all around in most of our revenues. Licensing and
the chair.
Who was first? Montero. Councilmember Montero.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
And then Mayor Pro Tem Valentine. Go ahead.
Hey, Felice, so that 57 million in taxes, is that number is conservative number, or you can say it is a definitely number that is close to 100%?
No, it's conservative. We receive estimates from our consultants, and from those estimates, we take a conservative approach. They usually give us a high estimate, a low estimate, a mid estimate, and we usually take the mid to the low depending on the revenue that we're looking at.
All right, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Mayor Pro Tem, do you have a question still?
Yes, I still have a question. So Felice, as far as the taxes are concerned, yes. we received a nice bump because of the Wayfair law that was passed, didn't we?
Correct, and that's part of the reason. So online spending, before the previous fiscal year, if you purchased something online, you normally weren't taxed on it. Mm-hmm. And as once the Wayfair bill was implemented, all purchases are taxed, and each city, the taxes are collected in the LA County pool, and those are distributed to each of the cities based on a percentage.
Are you able to give a rough idea of how much of that increase is because of Wayfair?
I can't at this time. I can check with our consultant to see if there's a way to identify that.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Please proceed.
All right, so for licenses and permits, we are proposing $2.4 million in revenues, and that's about a $549,000 increase. For fines and forfeitures, we're proposing $2.6 million, which is about a $300,000 increase. For revenue from use of money, we are proposing a decrease of $250,000 due to the decrease in interest rates over the last year due to COVID. So that's $150,000. For our intergovernmental state, which includes VLF and state mandated costs, we are proposing $11.9 million, which is an increase of $446,000. For our intergovernmental county, which are usually park grants, we are proposing $126,000, which is about a $48,000 increase. For service charges, we are proposing $2,184,000, which is about a $147,000 decrease. And this is primarily the department's giving us very conservative estimates on, whether our rentals will remain at levels where we were prior to COVID. So we want to, be sure that we will actually be filling all of those venues that we currently have, and also, fees for other services throughout the city. For other revenues, which include contributions from water, refuse, and RCCIT services, we see a decrease there of $5 million. So we're proposing a $1.9 million revenue. This decrease is primarily due to transfers that were proposed in 2021, which were related to COVID. And other funds were used to bridge that gap where the city's revenues were going to drop. And program contributions from Proposition A are being reduced by $200,000, so we're proposing $800,000. And program contributions for the airship are at $200,000, so that remained the same. The total revenue for the general fund is $79,477,000, which is a $3.5 million increase. Grants and restricted funds are at $75.4 million, which is a $5.8 million decrease. So we are proposing a revenue for the city at $154,918,000, which is a decrease of $2.2 million. And this is just our graph.
Felice, you said that was a decrease?
Yes, the overall city revenue budget is a decrease of 2.2 because of the grants, the reduction in the grant funding.
Can you tell me, how does the airships get funded? How are they paid for maintenance and upkeep?
Part of the upkeep and maintenance comes from asset forfeiture. Part of it is from the general fund. And we also received this $200,000 from the county to pay for airship maintenance.
Okay. You mentioned earlier, you said something about the planning department's budget, and you mentioned something about an increase due to cannabis. Was that what I heard correctly?
Correct, for the implementation of the cannabis program.
But my question is, how can you implement a potential financial benefit to the department when it hasn't even happened?
Well, so the cost to implement the program is what we are budgeting for, but we're not budgeting for any revenues at this time.
Okay, so that was kind of, in a sense, would that be a loss to the planning department?
It's not a loss. It's just the planning. There has to be a planning and implementation phase, and then once that's completed, then the revenue would begin to come into the city. But we can't estimate that until the consultants have done all of their analysis.
Right. And then, of course, we're going to end up getting reimbursed for those anyway, for that cost, right? Through the applicants and things like this.
Correct.
Okay. Thank you.
Chair. Yes, sir.
As always, is it possible you can get me a breakdown of the taxes, the sources of those revenues, and some type of graph showing the trend over the last 5 years of those different revenues that make up our tax revenue?
Similar to what we sent you a few weeks ago, or maybe you haven't received that?
I might not have received that.
Can you provide that to him? And if that's what he wanted, then that's cool.
May not have received that. So, I'll bring it to the city manager.
We'll definitely send that over to you.
Yeah, we did receive something from you about breaking down the taxes already. Yeah.
Okay. I'll send it out again this week.
Yeah.
Okay. Can you send it to all of us just again so we can have it in our files, please?
Yes.
Thank you very much.
Okay. So Felice, just before you go to that slide for the final one. So if we go back to, no, just don't go back. So basically this expenditure with all, it's about 152,638,559, and then our revenue is estimated 154,918,255. So we are looking into a surplus of about $2 million estimate, right?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. And quick question. So the American Recovered money that's supposed to come to us, it's not including none of this budget, right?
It is not, no. Until we complete the planning and development of what exactly council would like to spend that funding on, we have not included it in this current budget presentation.
All right, fantastic. Thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Next, go ahead.
All right, so the proposed revenue for the general fund is 79.4 million. Taxes, of course, are the majority of our revenue at 71.7%, 57 million. Program contributions are at $1 million, 1.3%. Miscellaneous revenue is 1.9 million, 2.4%. Service charges are at 2.1 million at 2.7%. Intergovernmental county, again, which is park grants, is 126,000 at 0.2%. The intergovernmental state, which is the majority is VLF fees, is 11.9 million at 15%. Revenue from use of money, whoops, hold on, sorry. Revenue from use of money, which is interest coming into the city, is 150,000, which is a 0.2%. Fines and forfeitures are 2.6 million, 3.3%. And the licenses and permits, are 2.4 million at 3.1%. And this concludes our budget presentation.
Okay. Are there any final questions or can we move on, folks? Thank you very much, Felice.
Thank you.
Thank you for your presentation.
Thank you, Felice.
So I make a motion to accept, go to that resolution 8284.
To accept the budget. I second that.
Second.
So it's been moved by Councilmember Montero and I've seconded on this one. Okay, roll call vote, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Councilmember Montero?
Yes.
Councilmember Patterson?
Yes.
Councilmember Reyes English?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Valentine?
Yes.
And Mayor Vargas?
Yes.
Thank you. Motion passes unanimously to 5-0 vote.
Madam Clerk, item number 16. Item 16, Madam Clerk.
Oh, I'm so sorry. Item number 16 is a public hearing. Now is the time and place for the City Council to conduct a public hearing to consider adopting a resolution 8280, a resolution of the City Council of the City of Hawthorne, California, approving the annual engineer's report, confirming the assessment diagram and assessment amounts, and authorizing the levy and collection of assessments for improvements of the street lighting system, Landscaping Street Lighting Act of 1972, for fiscal year 2021-22, and giving direction to the Director of Public Works to move forward with the collection of assessments. Notice was provided with a declaration of a publication filed by the Department of Public Works. Additionally, there were no written communication that was received on this item, Mr. Mayor.
Anything through the email or to telephone?
No, sir.
Okay, if not, I'll declare the hearing closed, so ordered. I make a motion to adopt 16.
You have to read the resolution now, Mr. Mayor.
I think she read it, didn't she?
No, that's another, if you want to read
Correct.
public reading.
Do you have, is the reading?
The resolution itself, Mr. Mayor, is as follows. Approving the annual engineer's report, confirming the assessment diagram and assessment amounts. A resolution of the City Council of the City of Hawthorne, California, approving the annual engineer's report, confirming the assessment diagram and assessment amounts, and authorizing the levy and collection of assessments for improvement of the street lighting system, Landscape and Street Lighting Act of 1972 for fiscal year 2021-22. Motion to adopt.
I move.
Second. Roll call vote, please.
To the chair,
Yes,
Thank you.
go
the
ahead.
full resolution was not read. You missed item C, given direction.
Giving direction to the Director of Public Works to move forward with the collection of assessments.
I move.
Second. Roll call vote, please.
Thank you. Councilmember Monteiro,
Yes.
Councilmember Patterson,
Yes.
Councilmember Reyes English,
I say yes, but you didn't finish the whole reading of that item 16. Notice was provided with the declaration of publication filed by the Department of Public Works. No written communication was received.
No, we already went through that, Mr. English. Now we went like that, the resolution 8280.
Yes, I was just making reference that the item 16 was not fully read in yellow.
But Councilmember English, do you have a copy of this thing in yellow, or what do you have?
I'm reading from,
Can you show it on your screen so I can see it?
yeah, it's the same thing you have.
Mr. Mayor.
Highlighted, it's all highlighted. There's item A, B, C, and then notice of provided by declaration, which is all highlighted for the city clerk to read into the record.
Okay, go ahead.
Thank you. We do have Councilmember Reyes English. Your vote, please.
Okay, roll call vote, please. Go ahead.
I said yes.
Thank you. Mayor Pro Tem Valentine
Yes.
and Mayor Vargas.
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay. Madam Clerk, item number 17, please.
Thank you. Item number 17 is a public hearing as well. The City Council is now is the time and place for the City Council to conduct a public hearing to consider adopting Resolution 8281, a resolution of the City Council of the City of Hawthorne, California, confirming assessment for fiscal year 2021 weed and waste abatement and authorizing the collection of the assessment thereof for fiscal year 2021-22. Notice was provided with the declaration of publication filed by the Department of Public Works. At this time, no written communication was received on this item.
Okay. Madam Clerk, any communications, since this is a public hearing, do we have any items from, any communications through email and phone?
No, Mr. Mayor.
Okay. If not, I'll declare the hearing closed, so ordered. I make a motion.
I have to read the resolution.
Okay, I don't have this in the script. I need this in the script. Okay.
Thank you.
I need this
Mr.
in the
Mayor.
script, City Clerk. I need this in the script. Go ahead, read the resolution.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. A resolution of the City Council of the City of Hawthorne, California, approving the annual engineer's report, confirming,
Nope.
a resolution of the City Council of the City of Hawthorne, California, confirming assessment for fiscal year 2021-22, weed and waste abatement, and authorizing the collection thereof. Motion to adopt.
I make a motion.
Second.
Roll call vote, please.
Thank you. Councilmember Monteiro,
Yes.
Councilmember Patterson,
Yes.
Councilmember Reyes English,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Valentine,
Yes.
and Mayor Vargas.
Yes.
Thank you. Motion passes 5-0 unanimously.
Okay, general matters. Madam Clerk, item number 20, please. Read this into record, please.
Thank you. Item number 20 is an investment report, third quarter. At this time, the City Council will consider receiving and filing the City of Hawthorne's investment report for quarter ended March 31st, 2021, of fiscal year 2020-21.
Through the chair.
Yes, go ahead.
Yeah, I'd love to ask a couple questions to the city treasurer and finance director.
Go ahead.
So just real quick, I'm looking at the report. It details where our funds are being held. Specifically, there is about $49 million, $51 million within Bank of the West. Is that correct?
Yes.
How much of that is like general fund discretionary money?
Hold on one second. About 25 million of that.
And how much is our monthly expenses roughly?
For the current fiscal year,
Sure.
about probably 6.5 to $7 million.
So about 21 million is general fund monies, and about 6 million is probably our monthly, is that general fund expenses?
About 6.5 to 7 million, depending on the month.
Gotcha. And then obviously we take advantage of LAIF. How much time does it take to move money in and out of LAIF?
Within 24 hours.
So, and I asked all that because, you know, maybe we discuss this another time, but I would like to suggest, you know, using LAIF a little bit more with our funds. It looked, according to the report, we earn about 0.1% from Bank of the West, but we get about 0.44% in LAIF. Probably would make sense for, I mean, anything in excess of a month's worth of expenses to be put in LAIF. We're gonna get 4 times the return. And if we need that additional funds, we can just transfer it back over in 24 hours. Is there a restriction on how many transfers we can make?
We have, I think, 4. We haven't transferred in a while, but I can verify. I think there's about 4 maximum transfers per month.
So, yeah, is that something you guys can look into? I think, you know, I know the interest rates are lower, or, you know, at historic lows, but I think we
can take a look at that, yes. Yeah.
Okay. Through the chair.
Yes, sir.
But Felice, but we do have also a policy how much money we could put in saving per se, right? Because I remember us passing something like a.
Well, so there is a policy as to how much can be put in as an investment, as we have in the multi-bank securities. Only 7 million was allowed. As far as the money market and LAIF, that can be split up in any way that you decide.
Oh, right. Thank you.
Yeah, and I can speak, right? Is this okay?
Yeah. Absolutely. Yes.
Yeah. Okay. Good.
Mr. City Clerk. Mr. City Treasurer. Your opinion. Go ahead.
Yeah, you know, we are looking actually at, I'm talking with the Bank of the West next week and looking at different things, or even moving more money into MBS. And then there's also, you know, a lot of stuff coming due in July. The problem is, like you saw, 400 to 150,000, you know, the drop in interest rates. But, you know, we're working on really trying to fine tune the cash management plan and going through it so that, you know, long run, even though interest rates are so, you know, so tiny right now, but in the long run, having the system more in place where, okay, these funds are here, we know that this is what we want to save in savings, and moving it over. And we are working with something we already have. But again, council would have to approve if we're going to move money into MBS over there.
So. All right, bring it on.
Thank you for your feedback and your report, Mr. City Treasurer. Thank you so much. Okay, are we ready? Do I have a motion from anybody?
I move.
Second. Okay, I made a motion. His motion was made by Councilmember Patterson. I've seconded. Roll call vote, please.
Thank you. Councilmember Monteiro?
Aye.
Councilmember Patterson?
Yes.
Councilmember Reyes English?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Valentine?
Yes.
And Mayor Vargas?
Yes.
Thank you. Motion passes unanimously.
Okay. Item number 21 is a separate item, I believe, and there's an appeal of the Planning Commission's decision before you read this item, can you just make sure that you have letter B, 1, 2, and 3 defined correctly, please?
Sure,
So,
no.
Just go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So yes, item 21 is an appeal of the Planning Commission's decision. Hence, the City Council will consider tonight the appeal of a decision of the Planning Commission on May 19th, 2021, regarding the hotel project site plan for the property located at 11519 Acacia Avenue, which is a hotel modification interpretation that's pursuant to section 17.06.070 of the Hawthorne Municipal Code. Additionally, what is being requested tonight is that the City Council provide guidance by determining one of the following options. Option 1 is to grant the appeal, that way affirming the Planning Commission's decision and determination. 2 is to deny the appeal, therefore affirming the Planning Commission's determination. Or 3, modifying in whole or in part the Planning Commission's determination. The record will reflect that petitions in support of the appeal to be granted as a modification were received and filed with the Office of the City Clerk. Again, tonight you may grant, deny, or modify.
All right, question 2. I would like clarification from Greg. Greg, B, letter 1, 2, and 3, in parentheses on my script here, it says affirm, grant and deny both have in parentheses affirming of Planning Commission's determination. Is that correct? I mean, both those are one and the same.
The first one is granting the appeal, meaning that the applicant has asked you to reverse the Planning Commission's decision. And so by granting the appeal, you would reverse the Planning Commission's decision.
So it's not affirming, it's referring, reversing, correct?
Reversing, yes.
Okay, let's make sure we have that correct. And grant the appeal, which is reversing. So council member colleagues, if you have a script, I need you guys to correct that.
But it's set in parentheses, Mr. Mayor, reverse the Planning Commission determination.
Okay, on this script, I have both of them the same, so I need this thing to be
Yeah, the
correct when I
genius
get it.
correct. Your script was incorrect.
Okay, I need this script correct. I hope that's very clear.
Thank you, Mayor, because I have the same concern.
All right.
Arthur, did you have some questions?
My hand is up, Mr. Mayor.
Yeah, no, Councilor Montero, you can have this.
Actually, can we bring Mr. Greg Kamatucci back, please?
Yes.
Okay, thank you, Greg. I want you to explain exactly what is in our report, right? Because some comments from the public is talking about 20% increase versus, so I want you to explain exactly from your point of view, right? Because I believe when I listened to the Planning Commission meeting, you stated that this project actually is a better project as one instead of 2 hotels. And also is in our report, it's mentioned that it's only a 10% increase, not 20, and as some of the callers have mentioned. And also they talk about 20% increase in rooms, but in your report, it said only 13% increase in rooms. That is equal 35. And one of the bonus things about combine this to one hotel is the 45% increase in parking. That is about 64 indoor parking space increase, right? So just starting tell us about your interpretation of the project itself.
So originally there were 2 hotels that were approved by the Planning Commission. One was a Best Western back in 2017, and one was a Garden Inn Hotel in 2018. There was an amendment done that required that the 2 hotels be, I guess, cohesive, that the traffic circulation and the parking be shared. And so by reading into that, what the intent of the Planning Commission, it appears that they were trying to make this one cohesive project, bring continuity to the site. And so when you look at that, and you look at a single hotel replacing the two hotels, you know, in a planner's view, that's a better planned project in comparison to two hotels. And that's what you'll see in my staff report, is that the integration and circulation is already built into it because it's one hotel rather than trying to make two function as one. And so that was my intent there. When you look at the differences, the 10% is the footprint dimension, what I referred to. It wasn't 20% if that's what the caller had said. So there's a 10% increase in the footprint. There was a 45% increase in parking, on-site parking spaces. And that was because they added an additional story, but that whole story was on-site parking, which meant that they didn't have to use off-site parking or the parking structure that's being shared by the other hotels in there. So they were more self-sufficient there. And I have to make a correction because I heard that 20% on the 35 rooms. So 35 rooms is the correct number. I had 13%, the caller said 20%. As I redid the number, it's 15.9% or 16% if you round up. So we're both in error, but the number is correct, 35 rooms.
35. So and also talk about a little bit about the vacation street, right? That the developer is asking for 10 feet of the occasion, and according to the engineering and the public works, that it's okay. It will not impact the sidewalk or the street basis on that 10 feet vacation. And that was one of the things that the operator, the Hilton Gardens, request because of some light pole that there was going to be very close to the hotel. That's my understanding.
Yeah, so the first and second floors increased the footprint by 10%, or the first floor, the footprint increases by 10%. As you get to the third floors and above, the preliminary drawings demonstrate that the building is then offset. So there's a little cut-in after the second floor where the rooms start. And the reason behind that was that there's some SCE power lines that run along there. And they had requested the applicant that they be, I believe, approximately 10 feet away from those power lines where the rooms are. And so it's actually the footprint increases by 10%, but the third through the sixth floors are actually offset and they push out toward the right-of-way. I did have discussions with the Public Works Department, my counterpart, Alan Leung. He's actually here tonight. I asked him, I did have the technical explanation at the Planning Commission, but just to ensure that you get the correct technical information, I've asked Alan to explain why Public Works believes that street vacation is not detrimental to the project.
Thank you. Okay, Alan.
Okay. Good evening, everyone. With the projects and without the projects, Acacia will still have two-way traffic with 10-foot wide lane per each direction, and it will still have parking on one side of the street. So functional-wise, the street still functions the way it's supposed to be with two-way traffic, and that's why there is no impact on the traffic circulations in the area.
Okay. Thank you very much. Okay, thank you. Go ahead, Greg.
I would like to add that in my, there's an error in my staff report, and I know I corrected at the Planning Commission, but I said that the street vacation actually ran the length of the property at 302 feet, but that's not true. It's only about 130 feet, I believe, that the street vacation runs into the 10-foot width.
Thank you. So, Mr. Mayor, I'm just going to give my other colleagues some time, but I'll come back. Okay. Thank you, Greg and Ellen.
Okay, so Mayor Pro Tem Valentine.
Thank you. So the use of Acacia now is just a regular city street, walking street, parking both sides of the street. So there's going to be no difference in the use of it after this project is built. If the project is approved with if the appeal is granted, there's going to be no difference in the use of Acacia.
That is correct, yes.
Okay.
Ellen,
And so,
I believe the on-street parking changes.
Oh, yes, the on-street parking on the hotel side will be removed, but
so there will be some difference because the residents are concerned about that. So there is going to be a difference.
Existing on the west side of the street is preferential parking. Only the people on the west side of the street can park. So the hotel is going to be developed on the west side of the street. So that will basically remove the parking needs on the west side of Acacia.
Okay, so parking on the west side will be affected.
Right.
Okay. So I have another question about the actual scrutiny with which this will be, if the scrutiny with which this will be looked at. If we approved it as a minor, I assume then there would be no further scrutiny as far as the quality of the project is concerned, and but if we didn't approve it if we approved it as a modification, there would be more scrutiny and it would have to be looked at all over again as if it were a new project. Am I correct?
Yes, that would be correct, in addition to going through a design review process, correct?
So you're building another floor, and yet if we approve it as a minor, you're adding a floor, but there's going to be no additional scrutiny as far as the building qualification, the engineering, and none of that will be looked at again. Am I correct?
No, it would still go through the plan check process in building and safety so that it's constructed to code.
Okay. Okay, so you're saying it, yeah, but if it's kind of ministerial, isn't it? If we approve it as a minor, it's not going to go through the same scrutiny it would have gone through as a new project, correct?
Yes, if I were to approve it as a ministerial, then that would be overriding, two discretionary approvals for the hotels. However, as we go through this process and the appeal, it went back through a discretionary process, and thus, and that's why it went to the Planning Commission and now to you.
But you have no concerns about it being approved as a minor modification. You don't think, in other words, you believe this is a better project than it would have been if the hotels had been approved separately.
Well, the code is silent on what a minor modification is and what a modification is. Most cities, you'll see that they list examples of what a minor is, and then they'll say, and if it's not listed there, then it's considered a major, or they'll list majors, and then they'll say, if it's not one of these, then it's considered a minor. Our code doesn't do anything of the sort. And so, that's just something that we plan on fixing. And that's why in the budget, you have that general plan amendment or update, which also entails the zoning code update. They go hand in hand. They have to, be synonymous and support each other. And this is just one of those examples that we would look at and say, hey, there really wasn't, there was so much ambiguity here that it required an interpretation. And so that's something we'd want to fix in the future. And so there is no and what I feel is a right or wrong answer, whether it's a minor or a modification, because the code is silent.
So we would be making a decision based on having no standards, and we would be overturning, we might make a decision to overturn the Planning Commission, and we have no standards with which to make that decision. Isn't that correct?
Yes, it would be your interpretation of what a minor and a modification, a minor modification and a modification is.
So then I have to ask you, what is your opinion as to whether this is a major or whether this is a modification or a minor modification? What is your opinion?
Well, I do know that since these two hotels were approved at the discretionary level, that it would not have been appropriate for staff to make a decision, whether it was minor or not, administratively. It should have gone to the approving authority, which was the Planning Commission, to determine whether it was a minor or a modification. As far as whether or not it's a better planned project, I would say it is, and I think that's in my staff report. Again, I think the two hotel projects were integrated as an afterthought, trying to make it a single hotel project, whereas this project, is a single hotel, larger hotel project that has that type of circulation and parking, shared parking. Well, it doesn't need to have shared parking because it's one hotel. So I would say it's a better planned project. Again, me as staff trying to determine whether it's a minor or a modification with no guidance, that makes it difficult. And either way, it would have been inappropriate to override a discretionary approval that was done, by the Planning Commission. So no interpretation was done by staff.
Thank you.
Okay, so we're gonna go to Councilmember Patterson and Councilmember Monteiro. Go ahead, Councilmember Patterson.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just want to confirm, you said the additional floor is just parking?
Yes, if you compare the two, one of the floors is parking, which is the second floor. And if you can look at the other one, there was no second floor parking or any other floor parking other than the bottom floor.
Got it. And there were some comments about vacation of the street. I think Mr. Monteiro identified it's only 130 feet. Is that accurate?
10 feet.
What was that number?
It's only 10 feet.
No, the street vacation.
Yes, it's a 10-foot width into the public right-of-way going for the length of about 120, 130 feet.
Gotcha. Is that the vacation of the street? Could you talk about what that means?
Yes, so that would be you would vacate a portion of an existing street to allow for the development of the project to take that space. And so you're essentially dedicating that land in order to accommodate the larger footprint. And that goes through a discretionary approval process. So meaning that ultimately that would come to the City Council for approval. And Alan may have more details on that. I don't know. Unless I did a good enough job, Alan.
Yes, I think you did fine. And the hotel will also build a sidewalk on the west side of the street. So pedestrian-wise, it'll have continuity in the area.
Okay. So you're saying that if we grant the appeal, they're still going to come before the council to grant the vacation of the street?
Yes, that is correct. It goes to, I believe, yes, it ultimately ends with the City Council for approval.
Let me ask you, the vacation of the street, was that only going to be asked for because the project was combined from the two into the one?
Yes, this due plan that was submitted required the increase in footprint.
Okay, and I'm just confirming some things you already said. It's about 10% increase in footprint, about a 15.9% room increase. and a 45% increase in on-site parking?
Yes.
Got it. Okay.
Councilmember Monteiro, and then Councilmember Reyes English.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Greg, let's go back to the, you said that our code is silent, right? Now, we have a current downtown specific plan that allows these hotels to be built in those locations because I remember back about maybe 10 years ago, that downtown specific plan, we went to the community, we did workshops, we walked the streets to create that downtown specific plan, and the community was involved. Everybody was involved, North Hawthorne, everybody, to come up with that specific plan because we wanted to revitalize Hawthorne Boulevard and Imperial, right? So we determined that north of that area was going to be a hotel area. So specifically, the developer basically submit the plan based on that downtown specific plan, correct?
I'm sure he chose that location to put a hotel because it was designated a hotel hub. I'm not, you could probably ask the developer.
Yeah, so exactly. So that's my thing is here is that, so if our code is silent, so we would have to figure it out exactly basis on the evidence that you have present about this project being a major project or a minor project, the interpretation, right? Because when I look at these numbers, 10% of footprint, about 4,200 square footage, and then only 16% on the room increase, but then the 45% on parking, and then that 10 feet vacation does not put a problem to the community. I found it difficult why people are so against the project. When the city council, as a body, we've been promoting more hotels because we want people to come to Hawthorne and dining and stay and have fun and to bring sales tax and to bring TOT tax. And even this hotel, I'm pretty sure is going to create jobs for our residents. Now, my question to you is that can the developer begin construction in 6 to 12 months? If we were granting him this, say it's a minor modification, can we guarantee that he will begin construction 6 to 12 months? Based on, he has to submit plans to the planning department, right? The engineering and the public works. So we have to submit the plans to the planning and the building and safety. So everything had to be approved. And then they have to come back to the city council to approve that vacant street. So, but can we put that he must begin construction between 6 to 12 months? Because there was some comment said that we granting him this entitlement, but he have not begin construction. But we need to also understand because COVID-19 put a stop on every type of construction, correct?
Yeah, so right now, the entitlements for his hotels would expire in approximately 6 months, in December of 2021. And in my staff report, you'll notice that in order to keep that alive, he would be necessary that he submit his building permit application by then. Otherwise, he would lose his entitlements. Whether the developer would begin construction, I would, plan check process is a back and forth process. I think that's something maybe Mohammed could answer, or whether he could commit to that. Mm-hmm. And I know that the applicant is here tonight if he'd like to speak on that, but I wouldn't want to speak on behalf of the developer.
So the plan check and the building and safety, the plan checks, normal procedure really goes for like 90 days to 6 months. That's the estimated time.
I don't know for building and safety what their turnaround time is for plan check. I mean, this is a not a small project, it's a hotel. And so I expect it to go back and forth between either their plan checkers or their contracted plan checkers or whatnot. But, you know, being a hotel and priorities of the city and the hotel hub area, I imagine we would want to process this quickly in time for, you know, down the street, they have some games coming up, so.
Right. Thank you for now, Vice Mayor.
Okay, so just a moment, let me just double check something. Councilmember Reyes English, go ahead. Yeah, we can hear you now. We can hear you.
Thank you, Mayor. So, Greg, I heard all the Planning Commission debate and your comments, and I understand that you could have used discretion and approved it without having to come through planning, through council, et cetera. We're looking at the numbers here tonight from what you've already provided us. And I know back in February, there was a letter that was read before the council for assisting the owner with some electric lines that back then Russ said he would work with and would be fine with allowing assistance there because it was needed because of the electric lines, right? I understood, you know, all the requirements that are put forth. And I also heard in the Planning Commission notes that the owner's own presentation and own words from his mouth said that he would have permits and things done by December. So it's in the record and on the record, it's in the minutes. And I watched a video that you provided us a link to and heard his commitments. So I think it would be really, you know, irresponsible, let alone naive on anybody's part, let alone the owner of such a $1 million project to go against his word and say, you know, ultimately he can't do it. Well, one, he's up against entitlement deadlines. Two, the back and forth with Planning Commission and the Planning Department, I think, you know, and then now here to the council, I think ultimately the hopes are to get this project up and ultimately completed. And you're absolutely right when you talk about Inglewood next door, the two stadiums that are coming to Inglewood, the overflow of individuals coming from LAX looking where to stay. And because of the minor modifications that I'm hearing, and I would think that the reason for that 10 feet is because of the electric lines, if I'm correct, and if I remember correctly from discussions back when and here today. The other discussions I heard that included increase in parking, which is actually assisting the residents to assure that there aren't folks that are there from the hotel parking on streets, right? Nobody wants that. Everybody wants to make sure that everybody has their parking, businesses included. I could talk on and on and on about folks on the medium here on Hawthorne Boulevard occupying parking spaces for their own purposes, which doesn't include to be patrons and patronize the businesses that are along there. So, you know, I could go on and on and on and on. And I know that it's sometimes difficult. And I appreciate the work the Planning Commission is doing, but you know, there's a lot of things here in Hawthorne that is stagnant. I could, you know, beat a dead horse discussing the Hawthorne Mall that's been sitting there for 20 years. We still don't have businesses that inquire a sit-down restaurant. We still don't have a place where we could take our kids to go eat and enjoy, you know, with some type of, you know, playground or something like this. My hope is that the vision for Hawthorne is to say that we are open to business and ultimately don't be so difficult to allow projects to be built. I heard all the comments with regards to concerns from the citizens, and we appreciate that. But there was a lot of numbers being spilled out tonight, misleading numbers, misinformation. wrong information, corrections made tonight from your department, from other departments, language that was not done correctly or said correctly, all of a sudden it's, corrections. We need to make sure that we're doing our due diligence when it comes to the council and giving us correct and accurate information. That's what I want. And so I'm glad that we went back through this. I took down notes, a lot of notes. I wrote down a lot of information. I want to hear what else anyone else has to say. I haven't heard from the mayor. I'd like to hear what you have to say, Mayor, but I think this is important for Hawthorne. And I'd like, ultimately, it was said that it's going to provide jobs. Yes, it's going to provide jobs. Let's just make sure that it's well paid hourly jobs. That's what's important too. I'm glad that the whole council, if you remember when, we approved 354 rooms across the street, the Marriott Hotel. And it's flourishing. There's jobs and there's people, even during the pandemic, people have been staying at the hotel. So I'd like to hear some more, but I think I have an idea of what route I'd like to go. But I think sometimes discretion could be used to approve it with regards to, bringing it over and over to all these other different commissions and meetings.
Okay, Councilmember colleagues, I think we need to start bringing in the conversation.
Okay, yes.
Hold on, we just need to start bringing in the conversation. Let's
have my hands up.
Councilmember Montero, go ahead. Last
Okay,
comment.
yeah, I'm going to summarize everything. Okay, so then you can go, Mr. Mayor. Thank you. Basically, I have to say that I have to commend the Planning Commission, our commission, 5 of them, because like Ms. English said, I watched the Planning Commission meeting from the May 19th, and some of them did have some very good, intelligent question about the project. And we hear the voice of our community, our residents. But the same thing, I want the residents to think about this. Hawthorne is already labeled as a city that is very hard to do business with. So we want that label to go away. We want to make sure that Hawthorne is going to be a business-friendly community and city that's going to bring economic prosperity to our city. And we need this prosperity to go across the board. So Hawthorne overall, we need, when city council meets here, we make decision to benefit the entire city of Hawthorne, 5.9 square mile city, not just one community. And the thing is, like when I bring the downtown specific plan, I know we need to make some amendment and some revision, but the downtown specific plan was designed that time and everybody was happy about it. That when we designed that the north of Hawthorne was going to be part of the hotel industry, because we wanted to clean up North Hawthorne and the Imperial Highway. So, and I'm glad that this develop has been doing that. And you need also, people have to understand, when you look at our budget, $57 million is from taxes. That also includes TOT taxes, they're called transit-oriented taxes, that people who come to stay at the hotel have to pay tax, and that money comes to the city. And then we talk about sales tax. We want more hotels because when people stay there, they're gonna spend money in Hawthorne. They're gonna eat, they're gonna sleep, they might, maybe like down the road, we might find some entertainment. And when you build hotels, more restaurants are prone to come to. And that is the goal of Hawthorne as this city council. And like I said, I want to commend the planning commissions, but at the same time, I would love for us in the near future to have a study session with the planning commission commissioners, because we have to be on the same pace of the goal and objective of where Hawthorne needs to go, how we want this city to flourish. And flourish means we have to be open for business. We have to bring business to Hawthorne. And this is the beginning. This is a beginning. So I have to say, residents of Hawthorne will listen to you. But at the same time, for the city to have money to pay the staff, to repair the streets, to build better parks, we need revenues. We need commercial revenues. So it's my intention that we should grant it, this appeal. And because to me, when you talk about minor modification, and it's minor. If it was like 30% increase or 40% increase, then I would say, yes, it is a major. But when we're talking only about 10%, 16%, an increase in parking that is 64 parking, that is going to alleviate the streets from those tourists to park on the street. So I think this project is a good project. And like Mr. Greg Tamachushi said, it's a better project. So I make a motion for us to grant the appeal.
I second.
Okay, roll call vote.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Councilmember Monteiro,
Yes.
Councilmember Patterson,
Yes.
Councilmember Reyes English,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Valentine,
Yes.
and Mayor Vargas.
Yes.
Great, thank you. Motion passes unanimously.
Okay, thank you. Let's just a quick moment just to get because that was a very lengthy. All right, folks, I understand a lot of people had a lot of things to say. Let's just try to make things a little bit slightly more concise. That's all. Madam City Clerk, item 22, please.
Thank you. Item 22 is outdoor dining presentation. The City Council will consider listening to a presentation on outdoor dining.
Oh, and then really quickly, I'll make comments about my vote at the end. Okay, but go ahead.
Good evening again, Mayor Pro Tem, members of the council. This is a joint presentation with Planning and Community Development and Public Works. A couple of council meetings ago, there was discussion about outdoor dining and what was happening during the COVID crisis. There was some discussion about continuing or amending the fee waiver for outdoor dining. And so myself and Alan Leung got together and we thought we'd give you a little presentation on what we're currently looking at and what we may be able to look at. Eric, can you bring up the presentation? Okay, thanks. There we go. So this is a presentation for the City of Hawthorne on outdoor dining. Next slide. Just a little history. Back in February of 2014, there was a zone code amendment that removed restrictions to allow outdoor dining by permit. In April of 2014, the council passed an ordinance. Outdoor dining was allowed in the public right of way. And it was subject to an outdoor dining encroachment permit. Encroachment permits are issued by our Public Works Department. Each encroachment permit is good for a duration of 1 year and they're renewed annually. And in August of 2020, the city manager had made an administrative order based on the council request to allow for outdoor dining. It has subsequently been, it was going to end in December of 2020. It was then amended and it will now currently expire on June 30th, 2021. So in a few weeks, it's anticipated to expire. Next slide.
Everybody, can you please mute yourself? We have some background noise, but okay, go ahead.
We just wanted to show you a sample of currently what our process is as far as a permit application. Next slide. It originates in the Planning and Community Development Department. They fill out a general information and it's called an outdoor dining permit application. Next slide. There's some general guidelines and questions that we ask. A lot of it has to do whether or not they're going to be using the sidewalk or whether they're going to be used parking spaces, how many chairs, we ensure that they can't be permanently affixed and then the hours that they're going to be out there. We also request that they provide, and if they're going to use parking spaces, we ensure that they're not allowed to use ADA parking spaces for this. There's a lot of safety things we look at as far as ensuring that the ingress and egress are kept open and that they're abiding by all the other Hawthorne municipal codes. We also ask the applicant to provide a diagram. Next slide. And so this is a sample diagram that we offer or we provide to the applicant just to give them an idea of what we're looking for. This just shows you know, no particular site. It's just a sample of showing building and parking and where outdoor dining could be allowed. And I'm going to defer the bottom image to our Public Works, Alan Leung, because there's some little details that you may not be able to read down there. And that's regarding sidewalk dining.
Okay, thank you, Greg. Good evening, Honorable Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, and City Council. Can we go to the next slide, which will have a bigger pictures? Yes, so this is the site plans as part of the permit application. And this one is for the outdoor dining in the public right-of-way area in the sidewalk. So for the site plan, we are looking for the following information for locations and dimensions of utility pole.
Just a moment. I'm going to ask everyone to mute themselves who's not speaking. Can we just do that? Because there's some distractions in the background.
And Eric,
I believe it's
Eric,
Mr. Mohammed. Mr. Mohammed, if you could mute yourself, please. Okay, yeah, but just because there's just a little bit of distraction. Everything's okay though. All right, can you mute him, Eric? Mr. Mohammed, I think that's where the noise is coming from. All right, go ahead, go ahead. Let's get through this. Thank you.
Eric, can we go back to the PowerPoint?
Yeah, I just had to get out, so I couldn't mute him. I'm gonna go back to it right now.
Okay. Okay, let me just go ahead and talk about it a little bit. Okay, there we go. So some of the things that we look for when we review for outdoor dining within the sidewalk area, we look for any kind of obstruction, such as utility pole, street lights, sometimes fire hydrants, and access ramp that is within the 10 feet of the encroached area. We also look at approximate locations for any non-permanent features. Non-permanent feature can be trash cans, other tables, barricades, things like that. And the other thing that we also look for is the hour of operation for the outdoor dining area. As you can see in this diagram, right next to the outdoor dining table setup, we require a minimum of 8 feet clear area for the sidewalk. The only street that we have that can accommodate 8 feet clear with the table setup is basically Hawthorne Boulevard, where a majority of our sidewalk is between 10 to 12 feet wide. Okay, can we go to the next slide? So let me talk about a little bit about the permit process. The applicant can fill out the permit application and submit proof of liability insurance to the planning department. The applicant can obtain the permit and submit to us via online, in person. And if the dining is within the sidewalk area, then a separate permit is required, and they will need to submit that to Public Works, and where we will issue an outdoor dining encroachment permit. For the review process, we do conduct site inspections, and we verify the liability insurance, and to make sure the city is named as the additionally insured. And if it's approved, the permit fee will be $100, and this is for the encroachment permit, and this is valid for 1 year. Okay, can we go to the next screen? So the question is, how many restaurants can we take advantage of the outdoor dining on Hawthorne Boulevard? We conducted a field survey among the entire Boulevard, and we find out that there are 42 restaurants on Hawthorne Boulevard. Of the 42, 30 restaurants are set back and away from the sidewalk. And that remain with a 12 restaurant that can take advantage of the outdoor dining where they are adjacent to the sidewalk. Can we go to the next slide? Okay, this picture shows two restaurants on Hawthorne Boulevard. In the middle is Wingstop, and to the left is Huli Huli Hawaiian Grill. You can see Wingstop is set further back from the sidewalk. It's approximately 100 feet away from the sidewalk, which make it kind of invisible for them to have tables set up on the sidewalk and being serviced. But on the other hand, the Hawaiian Grill is situated right next to the sidewalk, and they can probably take advantage of doing outdoor dining in the public right of way. To summarize it, I think we have a potential of 12 restaurants that can apply for outdoor dining on the sidewalk. And just to share a little bit of history information, since 2014, we have issued less than 5 permits for outdoor dining that is encroaching in the public sidewalk. So next slide, please. And that's pretty much conclude our presentations. And this is the contact number for both planning department and for public works. If anyone has questions regarding to outdoor dining, we are available to answer.
All right. Yeah, let's, do you have something more to add, Greg?
Yes, I just wanted to answer some questions that I recall from the last meeting. One was talking about identifying an area where we could have a lot of sidewalk dining. I think Ellen, I just wanted to reemphasize, Ellen identified Hawthorne Boulevard. However, there's really only 12 restaurants that are scattered on Hawthorne Boulevard that would be capable of doing that with our current standards. There was a talk about, well, what amount of revenues would we lose if we continued this fee waiver? And it looks like about $500 a year is what we would lose. So, I don't think it would be detrimental to continue it if the council would like to do that. And then how long of an extension would the council like to allow for the outdoor dining? And there was discussion about if parking becomes an issue, if regulations are lifted and people start driving to restaurants again. So I recall there was a 6-month extension and a 12-month extension that were being considered. So staff would like direction on that so that we can do the proper extension before it ends on June 30th. And that concludes.
Okay, Mayor Pro Tem Valentine, and then, okay, and then Councilmember Montero. Thank you for your comments. We can't hear you. That was quick. No, unmute yourself.
Okay,
Unmute
you
yourself.
told me to mute myself, so that's.
I know, I'm just, teasing you. Go ahead.
Okay, so I think I would like to see a 1-year extension because I think, obviously we're not going to lose a lot of money. And I think we haven't fully explored the potential for the outdoor dining because I have seen restaurants in Gardena, for example, where you have the same type of setup where you have several restaurants in a small space, like just the same in the same layout as you had the Wingstop and the Huli Huli in the same kind of layout. And they all had dining outside their restaurants. So it depends on how much space you want to allow. And so like I said, I've seen restaurants in Gardena where the layout was exactly the same as that. And they all, all the restaurants in those little spaces, they all had 1 or 2 tables sitting outside their restaurants. So I want to explore more the potential for outdoor dining in some of the areas where you wouldn't think? And then also, how about the use of part of the parking lots in some of these areas where maybe they don't have that much sidewalk space, but maybe they can use some of the parking lot for outdoor dining. And I'd like to explore that as well. So my question also is, do you have a standard amount of space that you require for ingress and egress on the sidewalk before you'll issue a permit? Is there a standard rule about that?
Yes, per the standard that we have, we require 8 feet clear after they're setting up the table.
Okay.
I believe that give you rooms for the waiter or waitress to service the table, and we still have maybe 4 to 5 feet left for pedestrian to use the sidewalk.
And are you flexible at all about that? Could that be modified so that you could have a modification where there just isn't that type of space? Is there a possibility of modifying that standard?
We can look into maybe reducing it 1 to 2 feet, but the sidewalk out there, usually we have 10 to 12 feet, which should be able to accommodate that type of dimensions. There are some area on Hawthorne Boulevard that is only 6 feet wide, and 6 feet wide, we just cannot accommodate any outdoor dining at all.
And what about using the parking lot, if there's an adjacent parking lot?
For on-site parking, we currently allow that. During COVID times, we're very lenient, knowing that they're not getting a whole lot of vehicle traffic to the restaurants. So we're allowing more of the spaces to be used for outdoor dining, and you'll see an example like Denny's. But normally, without COVID, we were looking at parking that they had to preserve it, but if they had excess parking spaces, then we would allow that to accommodate in. Some, as you saw on the El Torito with the setback, where their building frontage is, they actually have a sidewalk in front of their building, and then it goes into their parking. So those are areas that we would currently allow to place tables at. So they wouldn't have sidewalk dining, but they still have outdoor dining in front of the restaurant.
Okay. And then my last question is that you're saying you only have 5, and I'm wondering, is that because they don't know they can do this? Is there some way, perhaps a better way to promote the idea so that the restaurateurs would know that they have this this option out there? How do we advertise to them that we allow outdoor dining? How do we let them know that?
I don't know of an active program we're doing. I know when COVID hit, there was inquiries that were, at least some of them were coming into the planning department, and we were able to communicate that. But I don't know if there was an active marketing program for that or not. I believe we might have mailed that outdoor dining letter out though, but I have to do some research to make sure.
Well, I'd like to see us do some more, do marketing on that so that restaurant owners would know that they have this ability. I'd like to see some marketing on that.
Okay.
Thank you.
Councilmember Montero and then Councilmember Reyes English.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Alan and Greg, and thank you, Alan, for doing that field survey. One thing that I would agree maybe to do another thorough study of Hawthorne Boulevard, because that, outdoor dining is something that has become popular, right? And then maybe for the near future, if there is a possibility for us to think about Hawthorne Boulevard as a major hub for restaurant and outdoor dining. And like you said, there is potential about 12 restaurants. So we could maybe work with them to come up with a better situation or how to come about that 8 feet of, and then the 45 for the public way. One thing that I have to say that probably we have to wait until the June 15 when the governor is going to declare that California is open, and to see how much he's going to allow indoor restaurants to resume. Because if he said 100%, I think then we're going to need those parking lots. Because, we know, for example, when Dennis created the parking lot as outdoor dining, and then the people is parking on the street, and then it's split into the residential. So that's a problem, more parking problem. So we need to I think, to revisit this after June 15, because I would say that if the government declared that California is open and the restaurant can resume indoors 100%, I think the parking lot should be used for parking for cars, because we're going to have people driving and they have to park. We don't want them to be parking in the neighborhoods. Now the sidewalks, I'm willing to say that let's do furthermore study to see how we can compromise, if there is a way that we can model from other cities to begin the process to do outdoor dining on Hawthorne Boulevard. And I agree with Ms. Valentine. Let's give them another extension for a year for sidewalk outdoor dining, but not the parking lot, because the parking lot, I think, is going to come to an end because like I said, I think the governor is going to say California is open, and then people is going to start going indoors, and they need those parking space. Because even when I did it at the Moose Lodge, I only used 20% of the parking lot to put outdoor dining. But now people are coming back, Friday nights, there is problem parking. So that is where we need to figure it out. This parking lot, I think, is going to end soon. And I would let that expire on June 30th, based on the governor's address on the 15th, and then let's think about more about sidewalk dining, especially on Hawthorne Boulevard. Thank you.
All right, Councilmember Reyes-English, go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor. In our discussions, in previous discussions, I had made mention of the story that there are patrons that are going and sitting outside dining and then running and leaving without paying their bill. This is an ongoing issue. Again, I was over at a restaurant on this past Sunday, and I was told that a couple left without paying a bill, and it had included alcohol and some other things. So their bill was very high. And just as I thought, not all restaurants would be able to benefit from it. And the survey showed that. There's some that would benefit, and there's some that will not, because they don't have that setback, they don't have the space on the sidewalk, because of course they would be impeding on pedestrian traffic. And so we saw that in the diagrams and whatnot. But I do agree with Councilmember Valentine to still allow for the growth of a potential outside dining experience, which I think is important. Just in, again, being a friendly, business, open-minded city, to include those types of discretions and those types of options. And I think for the most part, people oftentimes find that they'd rather sit inside than outside. And there's various reasons because of that. I could give you a number of reasons why people might prefer inside versus outside. But that's for them to choose how they want to dine and what experience they want to have, right? I just want to make sure that at the end of the day, that there's availability to those that want to take advantage of it, to those that want to, ultimately experience it, and to give them that time to allow them to do just that. And so a year is just about right. I do believe that there will be a good announcement coming from the governor in the next month or so with regards to how much will be opened. But I think for our city, I like the fact that we were proactive at the very beginning. I like the fact that we're still discussing it and allowing for some modifications and changes to take place to allow it. I also like the fact that really we're not losing a whole lot of money here. We ultimately have to open up these businesses so they could start making money, because ultimately, guess what? They have to pay for their permitting, and other requirements here to the city. I do want to allow for discretion in the departments that would ultimately have that, that ability, which would be the planning department, which would be public works. And that would also include like a tent, if they need tent because of the sun, to be able to erect a tent without any issues or concerns, as long as it's not impeding on any other, entity, business, obstruction of the sidewalk, ADA compliance, etc. We're using common sense. I think that's good. And for the most part, I think a year would do good. And for those businesses that are, potential businesses that want to come to Hawthorne and want to build here in Hawthorne, I think these are things that we're going to have to start implementing in code to see whether or not this is something that they want to include in their specific plan of how they want to see their business here in Hawthorne. And all of that is all new to us. In the number of years that I've lived here and I've dined here, I've never have experienced an outside dining experience until COVID. So although COVID might have been a bad thing, there's a lot of good things that have come out from it. So kudos to everyone that's worked on the plan for the design, showing us here tonight what that looks like and what that could ultimately help. And so I think you all have been given your marching orders, and you know what more we'd like to see done. But thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Okay, thank you for your report, gentlemen. Thank you so much. For the city manager's consent calendar, Mr. Interim City Attorney, a question? Protocol?
Yes.
I'm talking about the Brown Act.
Yes.
Are we for the city manager's consent calendar, are we required to enter those into the record verbally?
Probably it's best that we do so.
Okay.
Are you talking about each of the items?
Yes.
Yes, it's probably best that we have the city clerk read the items for the record.
I would like to ask you if you could just research that and just see if we could, if we need to or not in the future.
Sure.
I think right now it's best that we do.
Yes.
And just to kind of just double check, because we want to make sure we're in alignment with what the Brown Act requires, right? So thank you so much. City manager's consent calendar. I'll let Vaughn enter these into the record. Go ahead, Vaughn.
Okay. Would you like me to read the items or?
Yeah, just kind of read through.
Okay.
Or well, actually, the city clerk has all the information we need. So,
yes.
Deputy City Clerk, please, ma'am.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So we are reading items 24, 25, and 26, correct?
Yes, correct.
Thank you very much. So on item 24, it's a contract for the Hawthorne Municipal Airport. The City Council will consider awarding contract 2021.60.cc for the Hawthorne Municipal Airport rehabilitation of taxiways, which is a City Project 2102 to Excel Paving of Long Beach, California, which was the lowest responsible bidder, and be authorizing the mayor to execute the contract in a form acceptable to the interim city attorney. Item 25 is a progress payment. The City Council will consider approving progress payment number 2 for project number 20-07, which is Street Inlet Improvement Project, Phase 2, to United Storm Water Inc. of Industry, City of Industry, California, and be authorizing the Director of Finance to execute the payment.
Is there an additional item, C, or is that was that it?
No, I'm sorry, there's not. Item number 26 is amendment number 1 to contract with Skid Row Housing Trust. The City Council will consider approving amendment number 1 to the exclusive negotiations agreement, ENA, with Skid Row Housing Trust for the sale and development of the parcel adjacent to 14115 Cordray Avenue for an 18-unit veterans rental housing project, and authorizing the interim city manager to execute the amendment to ENA in a form acceptable to the city attorney.
I'll make a motion. Do I have a second?
Mr. Mayor, I have a second, but I need to, I want to make a statement on the 26th.
Oh, okay. What you might be stepping away, or can I just? Go ahead.
I just wanted to basically this item is here because the agreement that we had with the Skid Row is going to expire, at the end of June, and then we need the new intercity manager to continue the negotiation with the Skid Row. So that doesn't mean anything about the design phase or the planning and building. This had nothing to do with that, okay? Because I got a call from one of the Veterans Planning Commission that they wanted to make sure in the future the Skid Row would like to give them a presentation in the future, okay?
Second, do I have a second, please?
I did have a second.
Was that a second? Okay,
Yeah.
Thank you very much. Go ahead and roll call vote, please.
Thank you. Councilmember Monteiro,
Yes.
Councilmember Patterson,
Yes.
Councilmember Reyes-English.
Mayor, for clarification, Mayor,
Sí,
this is
señorita.
just,
Go ahead.
this is just allowing for negotiations with the new city manager, correct?
Yes.
Okay.
If I can add one thing to that,
Yes.
as staff is recommending that the deadline's approaching very quick, and we're requesting under my authority to extend this contract or this negotiation for additional 6 months.
Do we need to, city attorney, you're gonna add that now, tonight, the additional 6 months?
I think that's part of the packet, or
yeah,
it should be in the packet.
Oh, I didn't see it. Okay.
Paragraph 3 or paragraph 2 under discussion.
Are we good? Okay. Did we have a roll call?
Allow me to continue with the roll call.
Oh,
Next is Mayor Pro Tem Valentine
Yes.
and Mayor Vargas.
Yes.
Thank you. Motion passes unanimously with a 5-0 vote.
City Attorney's consent calendar. Madam Clerk, please.
Thank you. So on consent for the city attorney, we do have item 28, which is a claim amendment. The city council will consider denying the amended claim of Christopher Palmer for discrimination, hostile work environment, retaliation and defamation, etc.
So, Mr. Interim City Attorney, what does a yes vote represent? And what is a no vote?
If you vote yes, then you will be approving the recommended motion, which is to deny the amended claim of Christopher Palmer.
Okay. Do I have a motion?
Move to deny amended claim.
Okay, go ahead. Second. Roll call vote, please.
Thank you. Councilmember Monteiro,
Aye.
Councilmember Patterson,
Yes.
Councilmember Reyes-English,
No.
Mayor Pro Tem Valentine,
Yes.
and Mayor Vargas.
Yes.
The vote was 4 yeses, 1 no. Motion does pass.
Mr. Interim City Attorney, there's no more information. Well, okay, that's done. I am so sorry. City Council's discussion action items. Okay, folks, we reached the end, and let me see. There's a lot of hearty discussion today. We're close to. It's about 9 o'clock. We're doing our due diligence on these items. So the residents just who are here with us watching us still, that's what we're doing. So we're close to the end. We have essentially 2 items that we're going to discuss, and then we're going to go to a closed session. And so we're going to, right after we discuss these items, I'm going to ask our council colleagues to go ahead and give their reports and our elected officials. And maybe if we can keep that brief, just so we can get through the night slightly quicker. Madam Clerk, item 30.
Thank you. Item number 30 is a discussion on AB 1401, which is planning and zoning by Friedman. City Council will consider having a discussion on opposing AB 1401, the Friedman Bill, planning and zoning parking requirements. This item was brought to the table for discussion and placed on the agenda at the request of, Mayor Pro Tem Valentine.
Go ahead, Mayor Pro Tem Valentine.
Thank you. This bill would prohibit a local government from imposing a minimum automobile parking requirement or enforcing a minimum automobile parking requirement on residential, commercial, or other development if the development is located on a parcel within 1/2 mile walking distance of public transit. I am requesting that the council support a resolution opposing this bill. Why? I have three main reasons. First and foremost, Hawthorne has a parking crisis. This is another bill that does not take into account the needs of local communities, but would impose a one-size-fits-all policy. Hawthorne cannot afford to allow developers the option of not providing for housing based on their building a half-mile near public transit. The legislature's bill analysis states that there is an oversupply of parking spaces. Clearly, that does not apply to Hawthorne, where there is a severe parking shortage. Number two, what is public transit? It covers not only a train stop in this bill, but also entire bus corridors, making the law applicable almost citywide in our case, with no anticipated change to ridership. Number three, this is a gift to developers without accomplishing the stated goals of the legislation. The theory is that if the developer's costs are reduced because they have to provide less parking, the units will be less costly and more affordable to the public. But nothing in this bill requires developers to build more affordable housing units. So the developers get a break and the units are less costly to them to build, but they have no obligation to turn around and provide less costly units to the public. For all of these reasons, I support a resolution opposing this bill.
Okay, I'm going to add that, and Councilmember Montero right after me. And let's see, so it's gonna be myself and then Councilmember Montero. I believe that as we move along, we're just losing a lot of local control. The state of California is trying to implement their ideas here, where we're losing control to regulate congested development and different types of tax measures that we would like to ask residents to vote for. And then now they're telling us that we will be giving up our determining how much parking we need. The residents of the plain simple truth is that the residents of Hawthorne know what problematic situation we have with regards to the lack of parking, because developers have been getting away with having minimal parking, because they've been getting these exceptions and benefits, density bonuses from the state of California as is. Now they want to go even a further deeper level and exacerbate the problem for a city like Hawthorne, which is maybe the second or third highest density city in LA County. And the first ones being Maywood and I think Cudahy. And then Hawthorne and Redondo Beach are kind of in the same situation. So I know that we previously said that, we wouldn't be like writing letters in support of resolutions, but I think this one rises to the level of urgency for us. And I would be willing to support, I am willing to support it. So I'm sorry, so I know I haven't been saying a lot today. I've been listening to you guys, but this one, man, it's crazy. Are they crazy up there? A lot of these people live behind gated communities that are up there, representing their districts. They don't live what we live here in the city of Hawthorne. So they easily can come and dictate all these different things, and they won't feel it a bit because unfortunately, a lot of them are privileged, elite. They're somehow getting elected and not feeling the pain that we do. So I would say that I would like to sign on. Councilmember Montero and then Councilmember English. Go ahead, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, I do agree with you and Ms. Valentine. And I want to commend our city, interim city attorney, Robin Kim, to give us these detailed pros and cons. So I do agree that this bill is bad for our city. And we cannot allow this to go through. And I do support to send the letter or the resolution opposing this bill.
Councilmember Angie Reyes English.
Thank you, Mayor. I just want to make mention that the city should be working on a parking plan. And this is something that we've been discussing since I came into office and been hearing from the constituents during our campaign season that there needs to be more that the city could do to address the parking concerns. We asked for a feasibility study. We were told that that might come later. Whether or not that feasibility comes or not, We've had implementation of parking blocks put on this on parking spaces paid for by the residents. I had asked for those to be waived and to include those types of things in our community so that everybody has an equal share of parking. I've asked for streets that are able to open up on both sides to have parking on both sides so that there could be additional parking added to be allowed. There's a number of things that the city hasn't done to really address the parking needs. I know that the community has been asking for that over and over again. However, we also have to understand, and it was mentioned very early on in the beginning of this council meeting tonight, with regards to how much percentage of apartments we have in the city. And it goes back to the number of families having excessive cars in their family. And this is, ongoing concerns, ongoing issues. I know we can't control people. I know we can't control how many vehicles they have. But at the end of the day, this is what we're faced with here in Hawthorne. We're a smaller city than most. And it looks that much more congested because of the number of cars that are on our streets. And so I'm not as familiar with AB 1401. My concern is, eliminating transient-oriented developments due to a parking concern. And there are people today that still ride transit, that still ride our buses, and are able to commute from their homes and in distances by using public transportation. So I'm not necessarily, pro or con on the item, but I'm going to abstain from this, and I could just, look to do more research. But I'd like to see the city do more to address our parking. And I know we had discussed that we would be doing that come July 1. I think we need to do that more sooner than later. And again, I'd like to see the fees waived for those parking installs of blocks on streets that don't have it. People taking up 3-4, parking spaces, saving spaces for their family members and cheating those that are looking for parking, who are circling around looking for parking. I see it every night. And I'd like to see ultimately streets that are wide in distance being given an opportunity to open up, to free up some space and have some parking down on that side with still movement and able to flow in and off of that street, without hurting anyone. So there's a feasibility I think we still need to get done, but I'm a no at this point on this. Thank you.
That's fine. Okay, I'll make a motion.
Second.
Roll call vote, please.
Thank you. Councilmember Monteiro,
Aye.
Councilmember Patterson,
Yeah, yes.
Councilmember Reyes English.
No, and this is for a letter, right, Mayor? A letter from the city?
Yeah.
For a resolution.
To
It's for a
oppose this thing.
resolution.
Yeah, okay.
So what is your vote?
No,
Like no, like hell no or no?
no, it's just no.
Okay, I'm sorry. It's late,
Thank
just
you.
bringing out the silliness in me. Okay, next.
Thank you. Mayor Pro Tem Valentine
Yes.
and Mayor Vargas.
Yes.
Thank you. Motion passes 4-1.
Madam Clerk, item 31, which is mine. Go ahead.
Thank you. Item number 31 is returning to in-person meetings.
Okay, so
City Council will consider having a discussion on in-person council and commission meetings and providing staff with guidance on reopening. This item was placed on the agenda at the request of Mayor Vargas.
okay, yes. I know that it was brought up at a previous council meeting to go ahead and let's just get City Hall back open, city council meetings open to the public, and for us to be in the chambers. What I'm saying is that I think we should go very carefully, a little bit slower, making sure we see what other cities are doing, their successes, their lessons learned, because there is a liability. We don't know if somebody's going to attend a meeting where they get sick of something else and then come up with some scheme to say, you know what, I was infected with COVID at your meeting. And then we're going to be liable, that we're going to, things are going to be blamed on us. And I believe that right now, if we're making a city council, our city staff come up with a plan, they're grabbing from different different ideas and trying to do stuff. And when we haven't seen what other cities have gone through. In addition, I have seen one council meeting. I think you guys heard of what's the guy's name? Tito Ortiz, who was a council member in the city of Huntington Beach.
Oh, I saw it. Oh.
But that gave you an insight as to what there's 3 people that are in a council meeting chambers, and then you got 2 council members up on the screen, and you don't have anybody in the audience. And so what good is it going to be if we have a hybrid like that with like 3 different things going on? 2 people at home, 3 people on the chambers. We have to come up how to separate ourselves, how to space ourselves out, have to come out and figure out how to space out the people, asking for vaccination cards, doing the temperature. Some of us might choose to stay at home because we're not comfortable. And I just feel that that we could see with LA County, like you said, I think Councilwoman English, you mentioned that who knows, in about a month, let's see what happens with the state. They might say, you don't need to put any barriers. You might not need to do anything. People can stay, instead of 6 feet apart, 3 feet apart. I've heard that in some states, right? That's changed. Okay. So I respectfully just want to say I know some of my council colleagues might feel this different, but I think it's just better to take this carefully, a little bit slower, and see what happens with other cities before we just rush into what? It's going to only be us there. What, do we need to see ourselves in the council chambers, or are we good right here doing the Zoom until we got a concrete, solid example led by the governor and county officials? So I believe it's Councilmember English, Councilmember Montero, and then Mayor Pro Tem Valentine. Go ahead.
Well, thank you, Mayor, for your item. I apologize, first of all, for tonight, because being on Zoom, you're not aware of what you're doing, right? And I was not aware because I was watching Felice doing her presentation on the budget, but I was told that I could be seen eating and smacking. And I apologize for that because I'm not aware. I was on mute, but I still could be seen. So I apologize for that. And
I didn't see that. I didn't notice anything.
For folks that don't know, Zoom is new to us, right? A lot of us don't know that we could mute. There's background noise, there's things said, etc. There's just a lot of things. Although I am for in-person, unfortunately, due to COVID, things have changed. And I have said it before, I've had COVID. As of tomorrow, I would be, fully vaccinated. But in my workplace in the city of Los Angeles, it's a soft opening, but everyone is still wearing their masks. They're still behind barriers. There's still social distancing, and they're just more aware. And I think that's for a lot of us. And although this is new, the Zoom and meetings and doing our due diligence online and people able to see us through YouTube, etc. I would agree with the mayor. We could just, step back and, wait. And we've done it thus far. And I think ultimately we'll get there. But as of right now, I think we just have to pump the brakes a bit. But I do apologize again for tonight because folks that don't know, when we get off our full-time jobs and we're coming to city council to do another job, sometimes we're not, able to get dinner. And so, eating hummus and pita is, ain't gonna cut it, but that was all I was left with, Mayor. But thank you, I appreciate your item.
No, thank you. And I'm just going to kind of just let you guys know what my suggestion is to possibly waiting for until the end of July, wait through this month, wait through the end of July, and see what these other cities have done. And if we're happy and if something comes up we're really satisfied, a solution, it's good. But then whichever comes first, whether that or the governor gives us some direction, or LA County itself gives us some direction and say, you don't need to, things are changing so drastically. So that's what I'd like to put as a motion. But go ahead, Councilmember Montero, and then Mayor Pro Tem Valentine. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Well, I'm kind of like in between, right? I understand that you want to be cautious, but just keep in mind that we starting to go back to normal. You can go to the gym, you know, they have one machine apart, right? So you can go to the gym, the kids went back to school, staff are coming back to work. So we also have to start thinking about come back to in-person meetings. And the fact that there is protocols in place that, you know, some places, yes, going to require people to be vaccinated. Some are going to still wearing masks, and the social distance might decrease from 6 to 3, who knows? But one thing that also you have to be aware that if the governor of California on June 15 declared that California is open and there is no state of emergency, the Brown Act says that meeting should be in a particular designated physical space. So I got an email from a lawyer saying that if the governor does not be clear on the 15 about his declaration of the state of emergency is over, that all the cities and all the commissions have to start to go back to physical space because of the Brown Act. Okay, so that's something that also to keep in mind. So I'm saying that, you know, things are starting to go back to normal. We got, you know, about almost 60% of adult population in this country have been vaccinated. So they're seeing a tremendous decrease in infections and death and the pandemic. So we should start thinking going back to normal, because when we ask staff to come back to work, and then for us to keep meeting on Zoom, to me, it's not fair. So we should put ourselves and be the model and say, California, Hawthorne, you know, this pandemic is going to an end. So to prolong this reopen, to me, you know, it's kind of like it's a 50-50.
Mayor Pro Tem Valentine?
Yes, Mayor, I second your motion. I think there's no reason to rush. And I think that I'm sure we'll be given guidance as to what legal avenues we have as far as the Brown Act is concerned. I'm sure we'll be given guidance on that. But I agree with you in that we don't want to unnecessarily put ourselves at legal risk because someone may get sick when visiting one of our offices, and then say it was because that we didn't have proper precautions. So I think what we're looking at is making sure that staff has sufficient time to put up the necessary barriers so that people feel safe, make sure all the signs are in place, make sure that the all the protocols are managed correctly and to the letter of the law. And once that's done, I think we can think about opening up. But I do want to make sure that staff, because we are a small city and we have a small staff, I want to make sure staff has adequate time to make the adequate preparation so that we are not putting ourselves at risk. So I second your motion, and I see no reason to rush.
I'll repeat the motion. My motion was to wait till the end of July 31st. If nothing has been declared very clearly by the state or by the county on examples of public meeting with regards to public meetings. Do I have your second still?
Yes.
So July 31st, or if something preempts that because of a county or government, state government edict. Okay, all right, okay. So roll call vote.
Thank you. Councilmember Monteiro?
Abstain.
Councilmember Patterson?
Yes.
Councilmember Reyes English?
Yes.
Councilmember Pro Tem Valentine?
Yes.
And Mayor Vargas?
Yes.
Thank you. That is a 4-1 vote, and the motion passes.
Okay, yeah, no, that was just a respectful conversation there. And I know one of my council colleagues had brought it up previously. I just was thinking about that, and okay. But thank you also for bringing the whole issue to light. And I agree, I'm eager to be out there too, but I just think it's safer. Okay, so we're at the end. We have 2 closed sessions. I'm going to, let's see here. Okay, I'm gonna just ask my city council members to kind of keep things concise with the reports. It's late. I'm starting to get like a little bit dizzy because I haven't eaten anything at all, right, Councilmember English? Okay, we'll start off with our city treasurer, Greg Fallon.
Good evening, everyone. Yeah, I just want to give you a quick update. You know, I've been working with Felice, and we met earlier going over the budget and also some of the cash flow and cash management work we're going to be doing. And also just looking at different investments, meeting with some people from the Bank of the West to check out some other things there. And then also, you know, kind of figuring out if we're going to move different funds into maybe MBS or other places. And that's what, you know, I've been doing as far as treasury work goes. And I thought Felice did a great job in her presentation, and I will leave it at that. Cheers.
Thank you, sir. Mr. City Clerk? Mr. City Clerk?
Yes, thank you. I was actually leaving this for Ms. Avalos. I guess the only thing I would share is, I'll just share real quick. One is I just appreciate everyone's patience here. I want to, you know, welcome Ms. Avalos. This is her first time with us, and as people were sharing, Zoom is new to all of us. So so thank you for, you know, her first time with us doing this. Second, I just want to I'm really just proud of the work we did. We served over 125 families this last Saturday with free produce from the American Health Society, and we're going to continue to do this. So we'll be doing it every 2 weeks, and I just want to, you know, thank everyone that showed up. And we actually got a contact. The Girl Scouts contacted us because they heard about the work they're doing, and they want to give out free Girl Scout cookies to people who show up. So people will get some produce, some healthy stuff, and then some sweets as well. But I'm just proud of the work we're doing, and I just want to thank everyone who came out.
Mr. City Clerk, I know your intention was to have Ms. Avalos say a few words. Although your future reports will be from you directly. Would you like to say something? Would you like for her to say something?
I left it to her if she wanted to share. Ms. Avalos, would you like to share
Avalos,
anything?
would you like to share anything additional? Since you're a surrogate of our city clerk. Is she there?
She might be muted, so we can just move forward.
Okay, yes. Okay, well, thank you, Ms. Avalos. Thank you very much. Okay. I'll ask, okay, let's see. Council members, Councilwoman Reyes English, please.
Thank you, Mayor. I just want to make mention that there was going to be a COVID-19 vaccine for the community. Thank you to the Community Service Department and Vaughn for their efforts in assisting Providence Little Company to provide vaccines. The dates are going to be June 18th, June 25th, and July 16th. This will happen at the Hawthorne Memorial Center. And for more information, you could always call the Community Services Department at 310-349-1640. Thank you for that. There's flyers in both English and Spanish, and I believe all the information was given out into the community, the school districts, and organizations and groups and those alike. I'm also going to be providing a food distribution on both of those dates, the 25th and the 16th, for families. And it's funny that the Girl Scouts was mentioned. We have a huge, right now, storage facility that includes nothing but Girl Scout cookies. And I think they're trying to get rid of them because the deadline on those boxes are the end of this year. So wherever I go, whatever I have, I've been giving them to people. I don't want them. They're very addicting. Very addicting. The the peanut butter and the green mint. Oh my goodness! But I want some. Make sure to look out for that. I want to thank just staff here tonight. All the presentations that were made, all the efforts that were done. We don't take your work lightly. We look for you for guidance and support. Moreover, good information, especially on projects and work that we're trying to do in moving the city forward, whether it's increasing jobs, businesses, and just, trying to grow our city. you have no idea how important that is to me, and I'm sure to the rest of my colleagues. Living here 35 years, I've seen things come and go, and we so desperately need more funding revenue sources here in our city, and we need to be better at being a city of good neighbors. Surely, that's important. There's a couple of other things that I wanted to make mention, but I will hold off since we have some closed session meetings, and I think we could ultimately come back and provide that information. But that should do it, Mayor. I want to thank everybody again, and Vaughn, for the work that you're doing in the time that you've been here, and also to our city attorney. Yeah, that should do it. But thank you. It was a good council meeting tonight.
Yes, we got down to some very important things. So, Councilmember, thank you, ma'am. Thank you very much. Councilmember Patterson, go ahead, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I want to first thank the community for paying attention, right, being involved, and whether you emailed us, called in, and made your voice heard, definitely appreciate you. Those that have reached out to me with questions, concerns, just want to discuss different issues, definitely want to encourage you to continue to do so. Definitely appreciate you. I want to thank staff for all your hard work. Appreciate your hard work. I would like to ask the city manager to provide us some kind of communication about a plan to allow the public to be able to access City Hall as things are moving forward. So I know staff is back at City Hall, and you can send me an email. Just make sure I'm just curious about what the game plan is as far as the public able to come and meet with staff and pay bills and all that stuff. I've many times seen people outside of City Hall kind of frustrated that they couldn't get in for one reason or another. Usually it's a Friday because nobody knows which Friday we're open, but that's something else. I've had a couple residents reach out to me about shopping centers not being kept as clean as they probably should. I think Mayor Pro Tem might have initiated some type of policy to require our shopping centers to stay clean and neat, and making sure the shopping center owners provided not just security, but make sure those are taken care of. And could you just provide me with some information about whatever kind of ordinance or policy that does exist about requiring them to do so? And if we do have something on the books that requires them to keep their shopping centers clean, to make sure that's being, we're communicating with them. I think there's a shopping center, the Ralph Shopping Center, I heard a complaint about our new gym parking lot as well. And so I just want to make sure that we're doing that. If we don't have anything on the books that compels them to maintain a certain level of cleanliness, I love to have that come to the council for us to discuss. Also, gentleman called in about the yellow light on Rosecrans and Hendry. Mr. City Manager, can you just give me some information about if we will be amending the length of that yellow light or not, and if that's something we should be doing. And there's a woman that called in about her daughter's interaction with our police department. It's something I definitely don't take lightly. I want to make sure that I'd just like to know whatever our policy is about dealing with such complaints, and make sure that they're taken seriously, and that they're investigated properly. Of course, we don't want our city to be liable for crazy things happening, but more importantly, we want to make sure our citizens have great experience with our police department. They always feel safe. That they don't have to be concerned when the police show up that how they may be treated or not. So I want to make sure that you coordinate the chief and make sure that complaint is taken very seriously. And I think that's it. Thanks.
Okay, thank you very much, sir. Councilmember Monteiro, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Let me piggyback on Mr. Patterson and ask Vaughn, and maybe relate to the chief, maybe to send us a little a confidential about that incident. So because I know they're going to investigate, so I would like to know more about because when they're talking about sharing the video with the CNN, that is kind of disturbing. So we don't want us to be on the spotlight out there. Okay. I want to say thank you to all the city staff. From Vaughn to Robert Kim to Felice to Greg and to Alan for giving us all those reports and clarification. The budget, thank you very much, because it was a balanced budget and that it shows that we'll have at least $2 million surplus. So that's very good. I want to say thank you to the public because I know they're very vigilant out there, and that's what we need. We need people to be active and vigilant. So I want to thank them for going to the Planning Commission meeting, to come to the City Council, to voice their concern, and we are listening. We are listening, and we take those comments to the heart, okay? And sometimes, the City Council have to make tough decisions. And like I said, we make decisions to benefit the entire city of Hawthorne, and we listen, and that's what we need to do. I want to thank Cal Recycle for coming to give us that presentation, because it's very important for us to be in tune and make sure that on January 2022, we have a solid plan that deals with those organic waste and food waste. So I want to thank them for that. I want to just to mention, I want to congratulate to all the students that has been graduating, from high school, from college. As tradition, as part of the Moneta Gardens Improvement and the Hawthorne President's Council and myself, I gave 6 scholarships to the students of Hawthorne. And I wish them back success in college, and a lot of them is going to 4-year college. So 6 scholarships was given this week. I want to mention that the Supervisor Holly Mitchell is going to have a Juneteenth celebration on the Friday, June 18, from 11 a.m. to 3 p.m. at the Irvin Magic Johnson Park, 905 East El Segundo Boulevard in Los Angeles, from 11 to 3, Friday the 18th. They're gonna have, free COVID vaccine, talk about record expungements, tenants protections, immigration service, food, music, etc., to celebrate Juneteenth. Okay, so just put that on your calendar. Friday, June 18th. For the young folk that's looking for jobs, especially construction job, youth age 18 to 24, the Hire LAX is hiring, and then it was like apprentices readiness program. So if you want to get those jobs, those construction jobs, pay very good jobs. So go to Hire LAX at lawa.org if you want that. Again, it's Hire LAX at lawa.org for jobs. So thank you for all of you. I also wanted to mention that I want to thanks to the Post 314 and Post 275 for hosting the Memorial Day remembrance of all our veterans and those fellows that we lost in all these wars since 1800s. So it was a good celebration because we didn't do that last year. So this year it was done in person at the park. So thank you for being there. Now, again, during the discussion about the hotel, I mentioned that I would love to have a study session with the Planning Commission. So Mr. City Manager and Mr. City Attorney, if this summer, I would like maybe us to have a study session with the Planning Commissioners for us to talk about the future of Hawthorne and talk about maybe the downtown specific plan amendment and our zoning tax amendment a little bit. Because like Greg said, in our laws, there is a silent code. I don't like to be silent. So we need to come up with some specifics. So maybe during this summer, we can have a study session with the Planning Commission, all the 5 commission and us to discuss this issue with the planning department, with the public works and the building and safety to discuss this our future for Hawthorne. Okay. And the other thing that I want maybe is Vaughn and ask Felice to do a little study about the possibility for us, all our staff that has been working part-time and got minimum wage, to see if we can bring everybody to $15 an hour. Okay, because $12, $14 there is not paying, not putting food on the table. So we can look to see what is the do a study and come up with a recommendation if we can, all the part-timers, the people that has been working below 15 to bring them to $15 an hour. Okay, I appreciate that. So good night, everyone, and appreciate all your hard work.
Mayor, I have one go back, please.
Okay.
Caltrans is hiring. I don't know if you can see that.
That's important information.
Yeah, Caltrans is hiring on June 8th at Compton College in-person hiring event, June 15th, East Los Angeles College, June 22nd, LA Trade Tech, and June 29th at Hope Bridge Home. All of these events are in person. I'm putting it on the screen because I know there's people that are on YouTube and want to see this. If you're looking for work, Caltrans is hiring. It comes with benefits, and it's got a yearly salary of $35,184 a year. So you graduates that are trying to find work right now to pay your college, consider something like this, but FYI, okay? Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Mayor Pro Tem?
Thank you. So on Memorial Day, it was my pleasure as well to attend the Memorial Day ceremony. I was given this year by the American Legion in partnership with the Veterans of Foreign Wars. And each year, Hawthorne has always made it a practice of honoring its fallen war dead in a solemn ceremony. And this year was very special because we didn't do it last year. And for some people, it was the first time they were in a gathering of their neighbors in a very long time. And I also want to mention that the city of Hawthorne was given a proclamation from the state of California. And I think that's the first time we've ever had that. It was proclaiming May 31st, 2021 as Memorial Day in the state of California and asking that everyone participate in a shared moment of silence at 3 p.m. on that day. So I want to thank the governor for that. And we'll put this in a place of prominence in the city manager's office. I want to thank the community for coming out. I want to thank the community for expressing its views. I really appreciate your passion and your interest in what goes on in our community. We take our cues from you, and we listen very carefully to what you have to do, what you have to say. I want to thank our wonderful staff for all those great reports. Thank Felice for bringing in a beautiful budget report. Thank Alan and Greg for their research and their reports. Thank Vaughn for his leadership in the city. And also to announce that we are going to have National Night Out this year. As we speak, someone in the community is working on making it happen. It's going to be August 3rd, probably that evening. That's a Tuesday. And so we're looking forward to that. It was called off last year because of COVID, but this year we're definitely going to have it. And more information will be coming out about that in the near future. So thank you, everyone. Have a good night.
All right, thank you. Thank you, colleagues. Are there any go backs before I start? Okay.
Yes, Mr. Mayor, can I go back?
See, I knew it.
you brought it up.
No, because I know you already. You're like.
Thank you.
No, go ahead.
I just want to remind folks that the farmers market, it's coming to Hawthorne, and the grand opening is going to be on July 10th at the Betty Ainsworth parking lot. So put on your calendar. We're going to have a celebration. Farmers market. It's coming to Hawthorne at the Betty Ainsworth parking lot from 10 to 3, and it's going to be music. It's going to be celebration, and we're going to make this happen. Okay.
Is that it?
Got it. Thank you.
Councilmember Racing, you have your hand up. You wanted to say something else? Okay, no, you don't have to. You don't have to.
No, I just want you, you said June 10th or July 10th?
July 10th.
Oh, okay, thank you.
All right. Thank you guys. Okay, I really appreciate everybody for being here. I also was at the Memorial Day celebration, honoring, it's a sad day, but we're celebrating. We're also celebrating the memory of those who have passed, those military personnel, the soldiers, men and women who have given their life for like our different freedoms, just basically our freedoms to have a open government the way we do, where we're able to criticize our government, lead the lives that we do with all these freedoms to do and think and follow whatever religion and to marry whoever we marry, like to live our lives just the way we want to live them with all these wonderful luxuries. So there were sacrifices that were made, and that's why we're free, and that's why we have such a great quality of life here in the United States. You can compare things. You might say, "Oh, this is not," but if you go to another country, almost all other countries don't have it as good as we, and that's because of the sacrifice and the death of some of our military personnel. So, like to remember them in prayer as much as possible, not just on Memorial Day, but like every day. With regards to the Acacia Hotel project, I do agree with the residents very much that the developer should not have appealed the planning director's decision, okay, which is to take it to the city council. I believe that he should have followed our planning director's advice to take it through to resubmit this. So I'm kind of disappointed that he put us in this really awkward situation where we still would have had a hotel project developed if he would have done that. But that's why the residents are seeing the appeal come to us. Okay? All he could have done was just submit this thing, resubmit it, and everything would have just glided sooner. This was actually a longer process than having resubmitted that project. Okay? And I want to let the residents know that this project is within the hotel zone of the specific plan that we have. This specific plan was developed a few years ago. It wasn't just like yesterday or the day before or under the city council. It was previous city council, when there were previous city council administrations, 2-3 administrations ago. So that's a long time. So I understand the passion of our residents. Many of them are my neighbors. Some of my friends, I don't know if they're my friends anymore, but the thing is that I do fault the developer, and he needs to, when he gets permissions and when he gets approvals and he gets these things, he needs to start building. I do agree with that. But being put in this situation was not the best situation. But that's also what I want to direct and then the planning director, I applaud him for sending it to us if there's an appeal. I do not like that, the fact that the developer didn't resubmit, but I believe Mr. Greg Sugiuchi has integrity by saying, I'm not going to counter our planning commission's decision. I'm going to send it for the city council to make that decision. So that's a direct contradiction. The code allows for people to appeal the city planning commission's decisions, including one of ourselves. The city council can go and appeal a decision that we haven't agreed with. This has happened in the past, so this is not something new. But on the same token, I would like to ask our planning director to immediately begin a process for defining a text amendment to the Hawthorne Municipal Code to define clearly what constitutes a minor modification or a major modification, so that this does not happen again, because this is not going to be the norm. And I do not want any other situations like this to happen because of the lapses of previous planning directors or previous administrations that didn't foresee this type of situation. So I would like for you, Mr. Greg Sujuchi, are you there?
Yes.
Can you work with our city attorney, yourself, our city manager, whoever you need to get on this immediately and come back and give us the information that we need? Can you do this?
Yes, I'll put it as a priority.
Okay, it's very important because this is not a situation we need to be in. I'm just getting straight to the point. A lot of residents weren't happy, but I also want to just note that the city is benefited by this hotel. That's why we had a specific plan that we developed that incorporated a lot of meetings where a lot of residents could have gone and foreseen this. If they weren't happy with the hotel developments going in there, they should have said something back then. We made a great effort of publicizing those meetings and letting the residents know. And we gave weight to the residents, not the business developer. I was one of the people, I want the residents to speak because I know if we give the weight to the developers, they're gonna get away with murder. I gave weight to the residents, okay? And we all as a council gave weight to what the residents were. And that's why we came up with this, because of recommendations from residents. So it was a tough decision in a sense, but it's based on what we and the residents came up with historically over time. And the most important thing, guys, is whether he appealed it and we made this decision, or if he would have gone through the over-the-counter application of his project through that other approach, we still would have ended up with this 2 or 1 hotel. We would have ended up with a hotel project on that property. Okay? And the TOT tax that we receive from this is major. This is not a bad thing for the community. This is something that the community has given us the go-ahead through this specific plan that we had before. So this is not something new. This is not something foreign. So I have to keep my commitment to what we've had in the specific plan, which is to develop hotels. Okay? I mean, yes, it was a hard decision because I heard like the residents speaking, but I had to stick to that thing that we went through that whole process. And I need residents to remember that we had designated this area as a hotel hub so that we could reap the TOT tax and bring future visitors to the city of Hawthorne, as some of my council member colleagues have mentioned. So if any residents would like to talk to me about this privately, I would be glad to do so. Okay. So it's a late meeting.
Happy Father's Day, everyone.
Happy Father's Day, guys.
Because we're not going to be here until the 22nd.
Yes. The 22nd. All right. Happy Father's Day to everybody, but on behalf of myself and council colleagues as well, right?
Happy Father's Day.
Okay. So, Madam Clerk, can you please read items 33 and 34, which are on the agenda, ma'am?
Yes, Mr. Mayor. So item 33 and 34 are closed session items. And in closed session, item number 33, conference with labor negotiators pursuant to subdivision A of section 54957.6 of the California Government Code. The name of the labor negotiators is our interim city manager, Mr. Von Norris, and our human resources director, Ms. Christine Tomikawa. And they are negotiating in regards to the Hawthorne Executive Group, or the HEG, Hawthorne Municipal Employees Association, HMEA, and the Hawthorne Police Management and Supervisory Group, HPMSG, as well as the Hawthorne Police Officers Association, HPOA. Item number 34 is also a closed session item. It is conference with legal counsel, initiation of litigation, and that is against a third party. That is pursuant to California Government Code section 54956.9 CD4. We do have one potential case, and that is Ms. Patricia Boyd. There is nothing further on the closed session agenda.
Mr. City Attorney, is that enough to be able to read so we can combine both of those meetings?
We can, but I think it would be more orderly if we did it separately, because on number 33 on labor negotiation, and again, due to the appearance of potential conflict of interest, both the interim city manager and myself will recuse ourselves from that, so that we need to do it separately with executive group. And I asked that we just handle the executive group first, so that the interim city manager and myself can be in the closed session for the rest of the bargaining units.
Okay. Is there anybody wishing to speak on this closed session? If not, no? Okay, I'll declare all communications closed. So ordered. I will now recess the city council meeting to conduct a closed session for a conference pursuant to the agenda. I'm going to ask do my council colleagues need a 1 or 2 minute break?
3 minute break.
3 minute? Okay, fine. Yeah. You're granted a 3 minute break. And let's get started because it's late. I'm going to adjourn the city council meeting temporarily so we can meet in closed session.
And changes to existing franchise agreements or hauler permit.
Some of this is new and some of it requires more of what you've already been doing, but all of it requires planning now to make sure programs are in place by January 1, 2022.
Recycling organic waste is an essential part of the state strategy and one of the most cost-effective ways every Californian can reduce their own greenhouse gas footprint. Together, California will create a more sustainable future, combat climate change, feed more Californians, and improve the health of our people and our planet. CalRecycle is your committed partner in this effort. Get in touch with us to learn more about available support and resources to help you succeed. And talk to your staff about strategies for the next steps for 1383 implementation.
The City of Hawthorne has revised the Hawthorne Municipal Code 12.04.031 pertaining to sidewalk repair and maintenance. The revised code places new duties and obligations on the property owners adjacent to sidewalks in conformance with the California Streets and Highways Code. The revised municipal code section can be found online at the website shown on the screen. A copy of section 12.04.031 is also available from the city clerk's office. Property owners are encouraged to consult their own legal counsel or insurance companies if they have questions about the legal impact of the new code section.
As the nation's doctor, I often get asked, what should I do if I think I might have coronavirus?
People who are sick should stay home. You don't go to an emergency room, you don't go to a clinic. You get on the phone and you ask for advice and instructions from your physician.
We don't want you to go into the ER or the doctor's office without talking to them first because you might spread coronavirus to someone else. Please visit coronavirus.gov for more information.
New York is the canary in the coal mine. What happens to New York is going to wind up happening in your city and in your community. We are going to fight every way we can to save every life that we can. We are all first responders. Your actions can either save or endanger a life. Job one has to be save lives. That has to be the priority.
You have to stay home.
Not just to protect yourself, but to protect others.
Stay at least 6 feet away from other people. 2, arm's length. Just because you're at home
doesn't mean that we can't be alone together.
Together.
Washy, wash, washy, wash, wash your hands. Scrub them while you sing this song. Wash, washy, wash, washy, wash, wash. Rub your hands and fingers and the places in between. Using soap and water makes your hands so clean. Wash your hands. Great job, you're almost done. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, now dry.
Wash your hands for 20 seconds, just like Elmo.
How do you protect yourself and others from coronavirus?
Avoid touching your eyes, your nose, and your mouth.
Wash your hands often with soap and water for 20+ seconds.
Clean and disinfect surfaces and objects.
Together, we can help slow the spread.
When you're interacting with others who are not members of your household in both public and private spaces, wear a cloth face covering. Before you put it on, wash your hands or sanitize them. Before you take it off, make sure your hands are clean. And after you take it off, wash your hands again. Wash your cloth face coverings often. Wear a clean one every single day. Learn more at publichealth.lacounty.gov.
Hello, I'm Gloria Gray, President of the West Basin Municipal Water District Board, where we take pride in delivering safe, reliable water to our communities.
According to the CDC, coronavirus is not transmitted through water.
West Basin works diligently to protect the quality and reliability of the water supply. On behalf of the West Basin Board of Directors, we hope you and your family are staying safe and healthy.
For more information, visit westbasin.org.
Even though California is flourishing in many ways, we are also facing greater challenges than ever due to climate change. Cyclical droughts, intense fire seasons, and pollution endangers human health and the environment. In California, we're doing something about it.
Governor Jerry Brown today signed a bill regulating emissions from landfills to fight climate change.
The Organics Law calls on the state's 40 million residents, its businesses, and every level of government to combat climate change by getting food, green waste, and other organics out of our landfills and get more good food to the 1 in 8 Californians, including the 1 in 5 children who are food insecure. At 23 million tons, organics are by far the largest material type landfilled in California each year. Fortunately, yard, food, and other organic waste can be recycled into compost and renewable natural gas. 1383 requires new rules and regulations to achieve a 50% reduction in organic waste disposal by 2020, a 75% reduction by 2025, and actions to make sure 20% of currently disposed edible food is redirected to Californians in need. Enforcement begins once the law takes effect on January 1st, 2022. Achieving these targets demands a new approach and substantial new investments to restructure the waste management system of the world's 5th largest economy. CalRecycle began rulemaking immediately after the law's passage in 2016. Jurisdictions should start planning now to meet the law's requirements.
1383 will affect every resident and every business in the state of California. CalRecycle is here to help local governments understand and implement this new program.
Start planning now to connect large food waste generators with your local food recovery organizations to help feed hungry people where you live. Start planning now to expand organic waste collection to all homes and businesses in your area and increase your local capacity to recycle this material. Start planning now for rate changes to fund these efforts, new ordinances for mandatory recycling enforcement, and changes to existing franchise agreements or hauler permit.
Some of this is new and some of it requires more of what you've already been doing, but all of it requires planning now to make sure programs are in place by January 1, 2022.
Recycling organic waste is an essential part of the state strategy and one of the most cost-effective ways every Californian can reduce their own greenhouse gas footprint. Together, California will create a more sustainable future, combat climate change, feed more Californians, and improve the health of our people and our planet. CalRecycle is your committed partner in this effort. Get in touch with us to learn more about available support and resources to help you succeed. And talk to your staff about strategies for the next steps for 1383 implementation.
City of Hawthorne has revised the Hawthorne Municipal Code 12.04.031 pertaining to sidewalk repair and maintenance. The revised code places new duties and obligations on the property owners adjacent to sidewalks in conformance with the California Streets and Highways Code. The revised municipal code section can be found online at the website shown on the screen. A copy of section 12.04.031 is also available from the city clerk's office. Property owners are encouraged to consult their own legal counsel or insurance companies if they have questions about the legal impact of the new code section.
council meeting is called to order. We have met in a closed session for conference pursuant to the agenda. And City Attorney Kim?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, the labor negotiators have been instructed.
Okay. We have an additional closed session. City Clerk's office, did we have any communications for that second item for closed session?
No, Mr. Mayor, there was nothing that was submitted and there are no callers that I'm aware of that would like to speak on that item.
All right, thank you very much. Okay, so I will now recess the city council meeting to conduct a closed session for a conference pursuant to the agenda. We're in recess. Residents, so this meeting is called back into session. And Mr. Interim City Attorney, go ahead.
Yes, Mr. Mayor, in closed session, City Council met and discussed the initiation of litigation of one potential case. Council has given instructions and City Attorney has been instructed.
Okay, if there's nothing further from City Council, okay, one real quick thing for our records. Let's make sure that we have that presentation that was given by CalRecycle, passed along to our city clerk's office for record keeping purposes, and any other presentation that was given today. Mr. Interim City Manager, can you make sure that happens, please, sir?
Absolutely.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
This council meeting is now adjourned.